All right, with that out of the way, we are actually ready to get started. So, grab a seat, grab a drink, get comfortable because we're in here for a long haul today. Welcome back. This is our 5th week / night, same thing really, of reading Dan Simmons' Hyperion. As I mentioned over on Bluesky, this one is just a masterwork, a masterclass in showing different styles and different strengths as a writer. Dan Simmons continually impresses. Every chapter, it feels like an entirely different book, but then the segues and interconnections between the chapters feel like something else entirely. It's... honestly, I've not read anything quite like it. So, very happy to continue tonight. Now, to address the elephant in the room, yes, Twitch threw a fast one on me. The last few times I've started stream up, I turned the auto snooze at the start down to nothing, 1 minute, and it would start right in, and we'd have our ads running in the 5-minute lead time, no problem. Today, they decided that no, I totally should have hit that manually instead of letting it just run. Lesson learned. I'll just hit it manually from now on. On the bright side, I've been productive today, you know. I went to PetSmart and bought some food for the cats. That's good, right? Right? Yeah, sometimes it will in fact trigger 2. I've seen that. Where it doesn't push it back properly, and it's like, come on. It's not that big a deal. I just can take a break when the ads run. It's not a problem. But still, it would be nice to have some goddamn consistency. Alright. It was bad even before Amazon took over. Like, Twitch has always been kind of a wasteland, if I'm being entirely honest. It's not so bad for viewers, but I mean, I don't know. I'm biased, I prefer the YouTube side of things, but the engagement level at Twitch is much easier to build communities. If you're big, YouTube's great. If you're not, it's a good place to house VODs. Yeah. At least we're not trying to make it work through Vine. I'll give it that. Alright. So, where are we tonight? We left off, partway through, which chapter? Chapter 4 of Hyperion. We're going through, which story is this? I believe, is this, Lamia's story? I believe it was. Oh god. TikTok was bad enough before CPAC took it over. I'd rather not have anything to do with that shit. Alright, so we're getting back into following along with the story. Oh no, this was Soul's story. That's where we were, which is all sorts of weird, where his daughter is aging in reverse after an accident on Hyperion. And she's reached the point where she's very young. And the writing is on the wall that the baby he's carrying is almost certainly her. And that leads us to believe that there is not a whole lot of time left. The infant stage is not terribly long, as you might recall. So, let's see how these last few years that they have in a coherent daughter are going to shape up. They'd made the decision to stop letting her know each day She's not going to have the primer. She's not going to know that she's going in reverse. And so it falls to the parents to try and pretend that everything is normal. I mean, which honestly, that's the burden of parents the world over, but this is a little extreme, I'm going to be entirely honest. So, let's get back into our reading nook and see what we have to cover tonight. Because this, I have a feeling, might be a bit of a tearjerker tonight. We're yanking at the heartstrings. Alright, so, resuming from partway through Chapter 4 of Hyperion. You know what, this music is too upbeat for this, hang on. I wanted something funky, but this is, now that I'm thinking about it, this is way too much. I'd forgotten where we were and what we were discussing as we went through, and as it gets a nice upbeat bop, nope, that's not what we're feeling tonight. Let's see. That's what we used for the row. I should probably just delete that one. That comes with memories. Here, this is what we use for our creepy, spooky stuff, and this fits the bill. Alright. Sarai had never had an easy time of surrendering the past. Every time she cleaned and folded and put away a set of Rachel's outgrown baby clothes, she'd shed secret tears that Sol somehow knew about. Sarai had treasured every stage of Rachel's childhood, enjoying the day-to-day normalcy of things. Normalcy which she quietly accepted as the best of life. She had always felt that the essence of human experience lay not primarily in the peak experiences, the wedding days, and triumphs which stood out in the memory like dates circled in red on old calendars, but rather in the unself-conscious flow of little things. A weekend afternoon with each member of the family engaged in his or her own pursuit, their crossings and connections casual, the dialogues eminently forgettable, but the sum of such hours creating a synergy which was important and eternal. Okay, this is way too real for this. We are gonna find something that is gonna fit, I swear. Here we go. This is a nice middle ground. But Sol is being super real here. Sarai's got it spot on. The little day-to-day nothings are the important parts of life. So, don't lose sight of them. And that's the old uncle in me coming out, but let's carry on. Let's ignore the fact that I'm dispensing old man wisdoms at this point. I do have, just so you know, I do have Butterworths in the cabinet. Sol found Sarai in the attic, weeping softly as she went through boxes. These were not the gentle tears once shed for the ending of small things. Sarai Vinedrop was angry. It's not an allegation. It's in my tags. What are you doing, Mother? Rachel needs clothes. Everything is too big. What fit on an 8-year-old won't fit on a 7-year-old. I have some more of her things here somewhere. Leave it, said Sol. We'll buy something new. Sarai shook her head. Have her wonder every day where all her favorite clothes have gone? No, I've saved some things. They're here somewhere. Do it later. Damn it, there is no later, shouted Sarai, and then turned away from Sol and raised her hands to her face. I'm sorry. Sol put his arms around her. Despite the limited Poulsen treatments, her bare arms were much thinner than he remembered. Yeah, Werther's originals are good. They are fantastic. Especially, you don't need any of the varietals, you don't need anything fancy with them, just the Plain, old, butterscotch candies. Yeah. Best part of fall is pulling those out. You can have them year-round, but fall is the best. You pull out an old jacket and find them, and like, ooh, a present from me. Despite the limited pulse and treatments, her bare arms were much thinner than he remembered. Knots and cords under rough skin. He hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry," she repeated, sobbing openly now. "It's just not fair." No, agreed Sol. "It's not fair." The sunlight coming through the dusty attic panes had a sad, cathedral quality to it. Sol had always loved the smell of an attic, the hot and stale promise of a place so underused and filled with future treasures. Today, it was ruined. He crouched next to a box. "Come, dear," he said. "We'll look together." I forgot how painfully relatable all this is. It's despite it being an obviously extraordinary circumstance, you feel the pain of this family, and it is crazy how well Simmons put that on the page. And it's too early on a Saturday for this. So, let's keep going. Rachel continued to be happy, involved with life, only slightly confused by the incongruities which faced her each morning when she awoke. As she grew younger, it became easier to explain away the changes that appeared to have occurred overnight. The old elm out front gone, the new apartment building on the corner where Ms. Nesbit used to live in a colonial-era home, the absence of her friends, and Sol began to see, as never before, the flexibility of children. He now imagined Rachel living on the breaking crest of the wave of time, not seeing the murky depths of the sea beyond, keeping her balance with her small store of memories and a total commitment to the 12 to 15 hours of now allowed her each day. Neither Sol nor Sarai wanted their daughter isolated from other children. It was difficult to find ways to make contact. Rachel was delighted to play with the new girl or new boy in the neighborhood, children of other instructors, the grandchildren of friends, for a while with Nikki's daughter. But the other children had to grow accustomed to Rachel greeting them anew each day, remembering nothing of their common past, and only a few had the sensitivity to continue such a charade for the sake of a playmate. The story of Rachel's unique illness was no secret in Crawford, of course. The fact of it had spread through the college the first year of Rachel's return, and the entire town knew soon afterward. Crawford reacted in the fashion of small towns immemorial. Some tongues wagged constantly. Some people could not keep the pity and pleasure at someone else's misfortune out of their voices and gazes. But mostly, the community folded its protective wings around the Weintraub family, like an awkward mother bird shielding its young. Still, they were allowed to live their lives, and even when Sol had to cut back classes and then take an early retirement because of trips seeking medical treatment for Rachel, the real reason was mentioned by no one. But it could not last, of course. And on the spring day when Sol stepped onto the porch and saw his weeping 7-year-old daughter coming back from the park surrounded and followed by a pack of news steeps, their camera implants gleaming and comlogs extended, he knew that a phase of their life was over forever. Sol jumped from the porch and ran to Rachel's side. "Mr. Weintraub, is it true that your daughter contracted a terminal time illness? What's going to happen in 7 years? Will it just disappear? Mr. Weintraub, Rachel says that she thinks Ravendale is Senate CEO, and this is the year AD 2711. Has she lost those 34 years completely, or is this a delusion caused by the Merlin sickness?" Rachel, do you remember being a grown woman? Would you like to be a kid again? Mr. Weintraub, just one still image, please. How about you get a picture of Rachel when she was older, and you and the kids stand and look at it? Mr. Weintraub, is it true that this is the curse of the Time Tombs? Did Rachel see the Shrike monster? Hey, Weintraub, Solly! What are you and the little woman going to do when the kid's gone? Jesus Christ. Paparazzi. Throughout the eras, past, present, future, far-flung future and fantasy, they're all scum. There was a news steep blocking Saul's way to the front door. The man leaned forward, the stereo lenses of his eyes elongating as they zoomed in for a close-up of Rachel. Saul grabbed the man's long hair, which was conveniently tied in a queue, and flung him aside. The pack brayed and bellowed outside the house for 7 weeks. Saul realized what he had known and forgotten about very small communities. They were frequently annoying, always parochial, sometimes prying on a one-to-one level. But never had they subscribed to the vicious legacy of the so-called public's right to know. The web did. Rather than have his family become permanent prisoners to the besieging reporters, Saul went on the offensive. He arranged interviews on the most pervasive Farcaster cable news programs, participated in the all-things discussions, and personally attended the Concourse Medical Research Conclave. In 10 standard months, he asked for help for his daughter on 80 worlds. Offers poured in from 10,000 sources, but the bulk of the communications were from faith healers, project promoters, institutes, and freelance researchers offering their services in exchange for the publicity, Shrike cultists and other religious zealots, pointing out that Rachel deserved the punishment. Requests from various advertising agencies for product endorsements, offers from media agents to handle Rachel for such endorsements, offers of sympathy for common folk, frequently enclosing credit chips, expressions of disbelief from scientists, offers from Holly producers and book publishers for exclusive rights to Rachel's life, and a barrage of real estate offers. Reichs University paid for a team of evaluators to sort the offers and see if anything might benefit Rachel. Most of the communications were discarded. A few medical or research offers were seriously considered. In the end, none seemed to offer any avenue of research or experimental therapy which Reichs had not already tried. One fat-line flimsy came to Saul's attention. It was from the chairman of Kibbutz Kfar Shalom on Hebron, and it read simply, "If it becomes too much, come." It soon became too much. After the first few months of publicity, the siege seemed to lift. This was only the prelude to the second act. Fact-simmed tabloids referred to Saul as the Wandering Jew, the desperate father wandering afar in search of a cure for his child's bizarre illness, an ironic title giving Saul's lifelong dislike of travel. Sarai inevitably was the grieving mother. Rachel was the doomed child, or in one inspired headline, virgin victim of the Time Tomb's curse. None of the family could go outside without finding a news steep or imager hiding behind a tree. Crawford discovered that there was money to be found in the Weintraub's misfortune. At first, the town held the line, but when the entrepreneurs from Broussard City moved in with gift shops, T-shirt concessions, tours, and data chip booths for the tourists who were coming in larger and larger numbers, the local business people first dithered, then wavered, then decided unanimously that if there was commerce to be carried on, the profits should not go to outsiders. After 438 standard years of comparative solitude, the town of Crawford received a Farcaster Terminex. No longer did visitors have to suffer the 20-minute flight from Broussard City. The crowds grew. On the day they moved, it rained heavily, and the streets were empty. Rachel did not cry, but her eyes were very wide all day, and she spoke in subdued tones. It was 10 days before her 6th birthday. But But Daddy, why do we have to move? We just do, honey. But why? It's something we have to do, little one. You'll like Hebron. There are lots of parks there. How come you never said we were going to move? We did, sweetie. You must have forgotten. But what about Grams and Uncle Richard and Aunt Tifa and Uncle Saul and everybody? They can come visit us at any time. But what about Nikki and Lena and my friends? Saul said nothing, but carried the last of the luggage to the EMV. The house was sold and empty. Furniture had been sold or sent ahead to Hebron. For a week, there had been a steady stream of family and old friends, college associates, and even some of the Reich's med team who had worked with Rachel for 18 years. But now, the street was empty. Rain streaked the perspex canopy of the old EMV and ran in complex rivulets. The three of them sat in the vehicle for a moment, staring at the house. The interior smelled of wet wool and wet hair. Rachel clutched the teddy bear Sarai had resurrected from the attic 6 months earlier. She said, "It's not fair." "No," agreed Saul. "It's not fair." Hebron was a desert world. 4 centuries of terraforming had made the atmosphere breathable, and a few million acres of land arable. The creatures which had lived there before were small and tough and infinitely wary, and so were the creatures imported from old Earth, including the humankind. "Ah," gasped Saul the day they arrived in the sun-baked village of Dan, above the sun-baked kibbutz of Kfar Shalom. "What masochists we Jews are. 20,000 surveyed worlds fit for our kind when the Hejira began, and those schmucks came here." But it was not masochism which brought either the first colonists or Saul and his family. Hebron was mostly desert, but the fertile areas were almost frighteningly fertile. Sinai University was respected throughout the web, and its med center brought in wealthy patients and a healthy income for the cooperative. Hebron had a single Farcaster Terminex in New Jerusalem, and allowed portals nowhere else. Belonging to neither the hegemony nor the protectorate, Hebron taxed travelers heavily for Farcaster privileges, and allowed no tourists outside New Jerusalem. For a Jew seeking privacy, it was, perhaps, the safest place in the 300 worlds trod by man. The kibbutz was more a cooperative by tradition than in operation. The Weintraubs were welcomed to their own home, a modest place offering sun-dried adobe, curves instead of right angles, and bare wood floors, but also offering a view from the hill, which showed an infinite expanse of desert beyond the orange and olive groves. The sun seemed to dry up everything, thought Saul, even worries and bad dreams. The light was a physical thing. In the evening, their house glowed pink for an hour after the sun had set. Each morning, Saul sat by his daughter's bed until she woke. The first minutes of her confusion were always painful to him, but he made sure that he was the first thing Rachel saw each day. He held her while she asked her questions. "Where are we, Daddy?" "In a wonderful place, little one. I'll tell you all about it over breakfast." "How did we get here?" By casting and flying and walking a bit," he would say. "It's not so far away, but far enough to make it an adventure." "But my bed's here, my stuffed animals. Why don't I remember coming?" And Saul would hold her gently by the shoulders and look into her brown eyes and say, "You had an accident, Rachel. Remember in the homesick tone where Terrence hits his head and forgets where he lives for a few days? It was sort of like that." "Am I better?" "Yes," Saul would say. "You're all better now." And the house would fill with the smell of breakfast, and they would go out to the terrace where Sarai waited. Rachel had more playmates than ever. The kibbutz cooperative had a school where she was always the welcomed visitor, greeted anew each day. In the long afternoons, the children played in the orchards and explored along the cliffs. Avner, Robert, and Ephraim council elders urged Saul to work on his book. Hebron prided itself on the number of scholars, artists, musicians, philosophers, writers, and composers it sheltered as citizens and long-term residents. The house, they pointed out, was a gift of the state. Saul's pension, though small by web standards, was more than adequate for their modest needs in the Kafar Shalom. To Saul's surprise, however, he found that he enjoyed physical labor. Whether working in the orchards, or clearing stones in the unclaimed fields, or repairing a wall above the city, Saul found that his mind and spirit were freer than they had been in many years. He discovered that he could wrestle with Kierkegaard while he waited for mortar to dry and find new insights in Kant and Van Deur, while carefully checking the apples for worms. At the age of 73 standard, Saul earned his first calluses. In the evenings, he would play with Rachel and then take a walk in the foothills with Sarai as Judy or one of the other neighbor girls watched their sleeping child. One weekend, they went away to New Jerusalem, just Saul and Sarai. The first time they had been alone together for that long since Rachel returned to live with them 17 standard years before. But everything was not idyllic. Too frequent were the nights when Saul awoke alone and walked barefoot down the hall to see Sarai watching over Rachel in her sleep, and often, at the end of a long day, bathing Rachel in an old ceramic tub or tucking her in as the walls glowed pinkly, the child would say, "I like it here, Daddy, but can we go home tomorrow?" And Saul would nod. And after the goodnight story and the lullaby and the goodnight kiss, sure that she was asleep, he would begin to tiptoe out of the room only to hear the muffled, "Later, alligator," from the blanketed form on the bed, to which he had to reply, "Wild crocodile." And lying in bed himself, next to the softly breathing and possibly sleeping length of the woman he loved, Saul would watch the strips of pale light from one or both of Hebron's small moons move across the rough walls, and he would talk to God. Saul had been talking to God for some months before he realized what he was doing. The idea amused him. The dialogues were in no way prayers, but took the form of angry monologues, which, just short of the point where they became diatribes, became vigorous arguments with himself. Only not just with himself. Saul realized one day that the topics of the heated debates were so profound, the stakes to be settled so serious, the ground covered so broad, that the only person he could possibly be berating for such shortcomings was God himself. Since the concept of a personal God, lying awake at night worrying about human beings, intervening in the lives of individuals, always had been totally absurd to Saul. The thought of such dialogues made him doubt his sanity. But the dialogues continued. Saul wanted to know how any ethical system, much less a religion so indomitable that it had survived every evil mankind could throw at it, could flow from a command from God for a man to slaughter his son. It did not matter to Saul that the command had been rescinded at the last moment. It did not matter that the command was a test of obedience. In fact, the idea that it was the obedience of Abraham which allowed him to become the father of all the tribes of Israel was precisely what drove Saul into fits of fury. After 55 years dedicating his life and work to the story of ethical systems, Saul Weintraub had come to a single, unshakable conclusion. Any allegiance to a deity or concept or universal principle which put obedience above decent behavior toward an innocent human being was evil. So define innocent, came the vaguely amused, faintly querulous voice that Saul associated with these arguments. A child is innocent, thought Saul. Isaac was. Rachel is. Innocent? By the mere fact of being a child? Yes. And there is no situation where the blood of the innocent must be shed for a greater cause? No, thought Saul. None. But the innocent are not restricted to children, I presume. Saul hesitated, sensing a trap, trying to see where his subconscious interlocutor was heading. He could not. No, he thought. The innocent include others as well as children. Such as Rachel, at age 24. The innocent should not be sacrificed at any age. That's right. Perhaps this is part of the lesson which Abraham needed to learn, for he could be father to the blessed of the nations of the earth. What lesson? Thought Saul. What lesson? But the voice in his mind had faded, and now there were only the sounds of night birds outside and the soft breathing of his wife beside him. Rachel could still read at age 5. Saul had trouble remembering when she had learned to read. It seemed she always had been able to. 4 standard, said Sarai. It was early summer. 3 months after her birthday. We were picnicking in the field above the college. Rachel was looking at her Winnie the Pooh book, and suddenly she said, I hear a voice in my head. Saul remembered then. He also remembered the joy he and Sarai had felt at the rapid acquisition of new skills Rachel had shown at that age. He remembered because now they were confronted with the reverse of that process. Dad, said Rachel from where she lay on the floor of his study, carefully coloring, how long has it been since Mom's birthday? It was on Monday, said Saul, preoccupied with something he was reading. Sarai's birthday had not yet come, but Rachel remembered it. I know, but how long has it been since then? Today is Thursday, said Saul. He was reading a long Talmudic treatise on obedience. I know, but how many days? Saul put down the hard copy. Can you name the days of the week? Bernard's world had used the old calendar. Sure, said Rachel. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You said Saturday already. Yes, but how many days ago? Can you count from Monday to Thursday? Rachel frowned, moved her lips. She tried again, counting on her fingers this time. 4 days? Good, said Saul. Can you tell me what 10 minus 4 is, kiddo? What does minus mean? Saul forced himself to look at his papers again. Nothing, he said. There's something you'll learn at school. When we go home tomorrow? Yes. One morning, when Rachel went off with Judy to play with the other children, she was too young to attend school any longer. Sarai said, Saul, we have to take her to Hyperion. Saul stared at her. What? You heard me. We can't wait until she's too young to walk. Talk. Also, we're not getting any younger. Sarai barked a mirthless laugh. That sounds strange, doesn't it? But we're not. The Polson treatments will be wearing off in a year or two. Sarai, did you forget? The doctors all say that Rachel could not survive cryogenic fugue. No one experiences FPL travel without fugue stake. The Hawking effect can drive one mad, or worse. It doesn't matter, said Sarai. Rachel has to return to Hyperion. What on earth are you talking about? Said Saul, angered. Sarai gripped his hand. Do you think you're the only one who has had the dream? Dream, managed Saul. She sighed and sat at the white kitchen table. Morning light struck the plants on the sill like a yellow spotlight. The dark place, the red lights above, the voice telling us to go to Hyperion, to make an offering. Saul licked his lips, but there was no moisture there. His heart pounded. Whose name is called? Sarai looked at him strangely. Both of our names, If you weren't there, in the dream with me, you'd never have borne it all these years. Soul collapsed into his chair. He looked down at the strange hand and forearm lying on its table. The knuckles of the hand were beginning to enlarge with arthritis. The forearm was heavily veined, marked with liver spots. It was his hand, of course. He heard himself say, "You never mentioned it. Never said a word." This time, Soraya's laugh was without bitterness. "As if I had to. All those times, both of us coming awake in the dark, and you covered with sweat. I knew from the first time that it was not merely a dream. We have to go there, Father. Go to Hyperion." Soul moved the hand. It still did not feel a part of him. "Why? For God's sake, why, Sarai? We can't offer Rachel." "Of course not, Father. Haven't you thought about this? We have to go to Hyperion, to wherever the dream tells us to go, and offer ourselves instead." "Offer ourselves," repeated Soul. He wondered if he was having a heart attack. His chest ached so terribly that he could not take in a breath. He sat for a full minute in silence, convinced that if he attempted to utter a word, only a sob would escape. After another minute, he said, "How long have you thought about this, Mother?" "Do you mean know what we must do? A year, a little more, just after her 5th birthday." "A year? Why haven't you said anything?" "I was waiting for you to realize, to know." Soul shook his head. The room seemed far away and slightly tilted. "No, I mean, it doesn't seem... I have to think, Mother." Soul watched as the strange hand patted Sarai's familiar hand. She nodded. Soul spent 3 days and nights in the arid mountains, eating only the thick-crusted bread he had brought and drinking from his condenser therm. 3,000 times in the past 20 years, he had wished that he could take Rachel's illness, that if anyone had to suffer, it should be the father, not the child. Any parent would feel that way, did feel that way every time his child lay injured or racked with fever. Surely it could not be that simple. In the heat of the 3rd afternoon, as he lay half dozing in the shade of a thin tablet of rock, Soul learned that it was not that simple. Can that be Abraham's answer to God? That he would be the offering, not Isaac? It could have been Abraham's. It cannot be yours. Why? As if in answer, Soul had the fever vision of naked adults filing toward the ovens past armed men, mothers hiding their children under piles of coats. He saw men and women with flesh hanging in burned strips, carrying the dazed children from the ashes of what had once been a city. Soul knew that these images were no dreams, the very stuff of the 1st and 2nd Holocausts. Second. And in his understanding, knew before the voice spoke in his mind what the answer was, what it must be. Parents have offered themselves. That sacrifice has already been accepted. We are beyond that. Then what? What? Silence answered him. Soul stood in the full glare of the sun, almost fell. A black bird wheeled overhead in his vision. Soul shook his fist at the gunmetal sky. You use Nazis in your instruments, madmen, monsters. You're a goddamn monster yourself. No. The earth tilted, and Soul fell on his side against sharp rocks. He thought that it was not unlike leaning against a rough wall. A rock the size of his fist burned his cheek. correct answer for Abraham was obedience. Obedience, thought Saul. Ethically, Abraham was a child himself. All men were at that time. The correct answer for Abraham's children was to become adults and to offer themselves instead. What's the correct answer for us? There was no answer. The ground and sky quit spinning. After a while, Saul rose shakily, rubbed the blood and grit from his cheek, and walked down to the town in the valley below. I should say, I wasn't really surprised that we're touching on Holocaust and the Nazis in this, because it's a Jew and a sci-fi story. It's gonna have that. It's anchored in real history. And it's anchored in known and shared experiences. And that's what sci-fi is built upon, is you start from a shared experience and then build up into imagination. So I'm not surprised, but to have it just out there finally is just like, ooh. No, Saul told Sarai. We will not go to Hyperion. It is not the correct solution. Yeah, the word second was like, hold on. I know we don't learn lessons. We don't pay attention enough to learn from the past. But that's a remarkably pessimistic outlook, and sadly, a remarkably realistic outlook. You would have us do nothing, then? Sarai's lips were white with anger, but her voice was firmly in control. No, I would not have us do the wrong thing. Sarai expelled her breath in a hiss. She waved toward the window where their 4-year-old was visible playing with her toy horses in the backyard. Do you think she is the time for us to do the wrong thing? Or anything indefinitely? Sit down, Mother. Sarai remained standing. There was the faintest sprinkling of spilled sugar on the front of her tan cotton dress. Saul remembered the young woman rising nude from the phosphorescent wake of the Motel Isle on Maui Covenant. We have to do something, she said. We've seen over 100 medical and scientific experts. She's been tested, prodded, probed, and tortured by 24 research centers. I've been to the Shrine Church on every world in this web. They won't see me. Melio and the other Hyperion experts at Reichs say that the Shrine cult has nothing like the Merlin sickness in their doctrine, and the Indigenes on Hyperion have no legends of the malady or clues to its cure. Research during the 3 years the team was on Hyperion showed nothing. Now, research there is illegal. Access to the time tombs is granted only to the so-called pilgrims. Even getting a travel visa to Hyperion is becoming almost impossible, and if we take Rachel, the trip may kill her. Saul paused for breath, touched Sarai's arm again. I'm sorry to repeat all this, Mother. We have done something. Not enough, said Sarai. What if we go as pilgrims? Saul folded his arms in frustration. The Church of the Shrike chooses its sacrificial victims from thousands of volunteers. The web is full of stupid, depressed people. Few of these return. Doesn't that prove something? Sarai whispered quickly, urgently. Somebody or something is preying on these people. Bandits, said Saul. Sarai shook her head. The golem. You mean the Shrike? It's the golem, insisted Sarai. The same one we see in the dream. Saul was uneasy. I don't see a golem in the dream. What golem? The red eyes that watch, said Sarai. It's the same golem that Rachel heard that night in the Sphinx. How Do you know that she heard anything?
It's in the dream, said Sarai, before we enter the place where the golem waits.
We haven't dreamed the same dream, said Saul. Mother, why haven't you told me this before?
Thought I was going mad, whispered Sarai.
Saul thought of his secret conversations with God and put his arm around his wife.
Oh, Saul, she whispered against him. It hurts so much to watch, and it's so lonely here.
Saul held her. They had tried to go home. Home would always be Bernard's world. Half a dozen times to visit family and friends, but each time the visits were ruined by an invasion of news steeps and tourists. It was no one's fault. News traveled almost instantaneously through the megadatasphere of 160 web worlds. To scratch the curiosity itch, one had only to pass a universal card across a Turbinex disk key and step through a Farcaster. They tried arriving unannounced and traveling incognito, but they were not spies, and the efforts were pitiful. Within 24 standard hours of their re-entry to the web, they were besieged. Research institutes and large med centers easily provided the security screen for such a visit. But friends and family suffered. Rachel was news.
Perhaps we can invite Tetha and Richard again, began Sarai.
I have a better idea, said Saul. Go yourself, Mother. You want to see your sister, but you also want to see, hear, and smell home. Watch a sunset where there are no iguanas. Walk in the fields. Go.
Go? Just me? I couldn't be away from Rachel.
Nonsense, said Saul. Twice in 20 years, almost 40, if we count the good days before. Anyway, twice in 20 years doesn't constitute child neglect. It's a wonder that this family can stand one another. We've been cooped up together so long.
Sarai looked at the tabletop, lost in thought. But wouldn't the news people find me?
I bet not, said Saul. It's Rachel they seem to key on. If they do hound you, come home. But I bet you can have a week visiting everyone at home before the teeps catch on.
A week? Gasped Sarai. I couldn't.
Of course you can. In fact, you must. It will give me a few days to spend more time with Rachel, and then, when you come back refreshed, I'll spend some days selfishly working on the book.
The Kierkegaard one?
No. Something I've been playing with called the Abraham Problem.
Clumsy title, said Sarai.
It's a clumsy problem, said Saul. Now, go get packed. We'll fly you to New Jerusalem tomorrow, so you can cast out before the Sabbath begins.
I'll think about it,
she said, sounding unconvinced. You'll pack, said Saul, hugging her again. When the hug was completed, he had turned her away from the window so that she faced the hallway and the bedroom door. Go. When you return from home, I'll have thought of something we can do. Sarai paused.
Do you promise?
Saul looked at her. I promise. I will. Before time destroys everything, I swear, as Rachel's father, that I'll find a way. Sarai nodded, more relaxed than he had seen her in months.
Let's go pack, she said.
When he and the child returned from New Jerusalem the next day, Saul went out to water the meager lawn while Rachel played quietly inside. When he came in, the pink glow of sunset infusing the walls with a sense of sea warmth and quiet, Rachel was not in her bedroom, or the other usual places. Rachel? When there was no answer, he checked the backyard again, the empty street. Rachel! Saul ran in to call the neighbors, but suddenly there was the slightest of sounds from the deep closet Sarai used for storage. Saul quietly opened the screen panel. Rachel sat beneath the hanging clothes. Sarai's antique pine box opened between her legs. The floor was littered with photos and hollow chips of Rachel as a high school student. Rachel on the day she set off for college. Rachel standing in front of a carved mountainside on Hyperion. Rachel's research. Commonwealth lay whispering on the 4-year-old Rachel's lap. Soul's heart seized at the familiar sound of the confident young woman's voice. "Daddy," said the child on the floor, her own voice a tiny, frightened echo of the voice on the comlog. "You never told me that I have a sister." "You don't, little one." Rachel frowned. "Is this Mommy? When she was not so big?" It can't be her. Her name's Rachel, too. She says, how can... "It's all right," he said. "I'll explain." Soul realized that the phone was ringing in the living room. That the phone had been ringing. Just a moment, sweetie. I'll be right back." The hollow that formed above the pit was of a man Saul had never seen before. Saul did not activate his own imager, eager to get rid of the caller. "Yes," he said abruptly. "Mr. Weintraub? Mr. Weintraub, who used to live on Bernard's World, currently in the village of Dan on Hebron." Saul started to disconnect, and then paused. Their access code was unfiled. Occasionally a salesperson called from New Jerusalem, but off-world calls were rare. And Saul suddenly realized, his stomach feeling a stab of cold, it was past sundown on the Sabbath. Only emergency hollow calls were allowed. "Yes." "Mr. Weintraub," said the man, staring blindly past Saul. "There's been a terrible accident." As if this man hasn't suffered enough. Jesus Christ. Alright, we've got an ad coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let me look ahead and see. Okay, we'll get through this next section in time. When Rachel awoke, her father was sitting by the side of her bed. He looked tired. His eyes were red and his cheeks were gray with stubble above the line of his beard. "Good morning, Daddy." "Good morning, sweetheart." Rachel looked around and blinked. Some of her dolls and things were there, but the room was not hers. The light was different. The air felt different. Her daddy looked different. "Where are we, Daddy?" "We've gone on a trip, little one." "Where to?" It doesn't matter right now. Hop out, sweetie. Your bath is ready, and then we have to get dressed." A dark dress she had never seen before lay at the base of her bed. Rachel looked at the dress and then back at her father. "Daddy, what's the matter? Where's Mommy?" Saul rubbed his cheek. It was the 3rd morning since the accident. It was the day of the funeral. He had told her each of the preceding days because he could not imagine lying to her. Then, it seemed the ultimate betrayal of both Sarai and Rachel. But he did not think he could do it again. There's been an accident, Rachel," he said, his voice a pained rasp. "Mommy died. We're going to say goodbye to her today." Saul paused. He knew by now that it would take a minute for the fact of her mother's death to become real for Rachel. On the first day, he had not known if a 4-year-old could truly comprehend the concept of death. He knew now that Rachel could. Later, as he held the sobbing child, Saul tried to understand the accident he had described so briefly to her. EMVs were by far the safest form of personal transportation mankind had ever designed. Their lifters could fail, but even so, the residual charge in the EM generators would allow the aircar to descend safely from any altitude. The basic, fail-safe design of an EMV's collision avoidance equipment had not changed in centuries. But everything failed. In this case, it was a joyriding teenage couple. and a stolen EMV outside the traffic lanes, accelerating to Mach 1.5 with all lights and transponders off to avoid detection. It defied all odds by colliding with Aunt Tetha's ancient Vicken as it descended toward the Bussard City Opera House landing apron. Besides Tetha and Sarai and the teenagers, 3 others died in the crash, as pieces of falling vehicles cartwheeled into the crowded atrium of the Opera House itself. Sarai. Will we ever see Mommy again? Rachel asked between sobs. She had asked this each time. I don't know, sweetheart, responded Sol truthfully. Okay, what a way to lead up to an ad break. Holy. So, that answers why Sarai wasn't talked about or brought along on the pilgrimage. But, damn! Alright, we've got an ad break starting in about 5 seconds. So, we'll be back after that. Stand up, stretch your legs, top up your drinks, and we'll be back to continue when we return. All right, we are back. So, I should have known that this one was gonna be gutting, but holy moly, it just keeps going. This is like, so the previous stories, the missionary, the soldier, the poet, all had their ups and downs, their peaks and dearths. It's the trials have been deep, but this, man, we're going subterranean on these. Like, wow, they just keep getting worse. And it's so weird because this is a sci-fi book. It's just far enough outside of experience to feel like fiction. But this segment, this whole chapter, is so intensely personal and relatable. Yes, you can't imagine the family going through that. But a family going through a tragedy that is life-changing for all of the family and for all of it to go on, all of us have been through things like that. And it just keeps getting worse. And now we have to continue, and it will keep getting worse until Soul just goes numb to everything, until Rachel is too young to have any awareness anymore. So there's at least like 2 years of things getting worse before we get caught up to the current. Yeah, exactly. The details are different, but the story, the highs and lows, the story beats are the same across cultures, times, eras, locations, everything. All families experience loss of some sort. And this, while it is a fantastical sort, still hits right in the gut. And so, we continue, because we're all just a little bit masochistic around here. The funeral was at the family cemetery in Cates County on Bernard's World. The press did not invade the graveyard itself, but Teeps hovered beyond the trees and pressed against the black iron gate like an angry storm tide. Richard wanted Saul and Rachel to stay a few days, but Saul knew what pain would be inflicted on the quiet farmer if the press continued their assault. Instead, he hugged Richard, spoke briefly to the clamoring reporters beyond the fence, and fled to Hebron, the stunned and silent Rachel in tow. News Teeps followed to New Jerusalem and then attempted to follow to Dan, but military police overrode their chartered EMVs, threw a dozen in jail as an example, and revoked the Farcaster visas of the rest. In the evening, Saul walked the ridgelines above the village, while Judy watched his sleeping child. He found that his dialogue with God was audible now, and he resisted the urge to shake his fist at the sky, to shout obscenities, to throw stones. Instead, he asked questions, always ending with, "Why?" There was no answer. Hebron's sun set behind distant ridges, and the rocks glowed as they gave up their heat. Saul sat on a boulder and rubbed his temples with his palms. Sarai. They had lived a full life. Even with the tragedy of Rachel's illness hanging over them, it was too ironic that in Sarai's first hour of relaxation with her sister, Saul moaned aloud. The trap, of course, had been in their total absorption with Rachel's illness. Neither had been able to face the future beyond Rachel's death, disappearance. The world had hinged upon each day their child lived, and no thought had been given to the chance of accident. The perverse anti-logic of a sharp-edged universe. Saul was sure that Sarai had considered suicide just as he had, but neither of them could ever have abandoned the other. Or Rachel. He had never considered the possibility of being alone with Rachel when... Sarai. At that moment, Saul realized that the often angry dialogue which his people had been having with God for so many millennia had not ended with the death of old Earth, nor with the new diaspora, but continued still. He and Rachel and Sarai had been part of it, were part of it now. He let the pain come. It filled him with the sharp-edged agony of resolve. Saul stood on the ridgeline and wept as darkness fell. In the morning, he was next to Rachel's bed when sunlight filled the room.
Good morning, Daddy.
Good morning, sweetheart.
Where are we, Daddy?
We've gone on a trip. It's a pretty place.
Where's Mommy?
She's with Aunt Tetha today.
Will we see her tomorrow?
Yes, said Saul. Now, let's get you dressed and I'll make breakfast. Saul began to petition the Church of the Shrike when Rachel turned 3. Travel to Hyperion was severely limited, and access to the Time Tombs had become all but impossible. Only the occasional Shrike pilgrimage sent people to that region. Rachel was sad that she had to be away from her mother on her birthday, but the visit of several children from the kibbutz distracted her for a bit. Her big present was an illustrated book of fairy tales, which Sarai had picked out in New Jerusalem months before. Saul read some of the stories to Rachel before bedtime. It had been 7 months, since she could read any of the words herself. But she loved the stories, especially Sleeping Beauty, and made her father read it to her twice.
I'm going to show it to Mommy when we get home,
she said through a yawn as Saul turned out the overhead light. Good night, kiddo, he said softly, pausing at the door.
Hey, Daddy.
Yes?
Later, alligator.
While, crocodile. Rachel giggled into her pillow. It was, Saul thought during the final 2 years, not so much different from watching a loved one falling into old age. Only worse. 1,000 times worse. Rachel's permanent teeth had fallen out over intervals between her 8th and 2nd birthdays. Baby teeth replaced them, but by her 18th month, half of these had receded into her jaw. Rachel's hair, always her one vanity, grew shorter and thinner. Her face lost its familiar structure as baby fat obscured the cheekbones and firm chin. Her coordination failed by degrees. Noticeable at first in a sudden clumsiness as she handled a fork or pencil. On the day she could no longer walk, Saul put her down in her crib early, and then went into his study to get thoroughly and quietly drunk. Language was the hardest for him. Her vocabulary loss was like the burning of a bridge between them, severing a final line of hope. It was some time after her 2nd birthday that receded that Saul tucked her in and pausing in the doorway, said, "Later, alligator."
"Huh?"
"See you later, alligator," Rachel giggled. "You say, in a while, crocodile," said Sol. He told her what an alligator and crocodile were.
"In a while, crocodile,"
giggled Rachel. In the morning, she had forgotten. Sol took Rachel with him as he traveled the web, no longer caring about the news steeps, petitioning the Shrike Church for pilgrimage rights, lobbying the Senate for a visa and access to forbidden areas on Hyperion, and visiting any research institute or clinic which might offer a cure. Months were lost while more medics admitted failure. When he fled back to Hebron, Rachel was 15 standard months old. In the ancient units used on Hebron, she weighed 25 pounds and measured 30 inches tall. She could no longer dress herself. Her vocabulary consisted of 25 words, of which her favorites were Mommy and Daddy. Sol loved carrying his daughter. There were times when the curve of her head against his cheek, her warmth against his chest, the smell of her skin, all worked to allow him to forget the fierce injustice of it all. At those times, Sol would have been temporarily at peace with the universe, if only Sarai had been there. As it was, there were temporary ceasefires in his angry dialogue with a god in whom he did not believe. What possible reason can there be for this? What reason has been visible for all of the forms of pain suffered by humankind? Precisely, thought Sol, wondering if he had just won a point for the first time. He doubted it. The fact of a thing not being visible does not mean it does not exist. That's clumsy. It shouldn't take 3 negatives to make a statement, especially to state something as non-profound as that. Precisely, Sol. You're beginning to get the drift of all this. What? There was no answer to his thoughts. Sol lay in his house and listened to the desert wind blow. Rachel's last word was "Mama," uttered when she was just over 5 months old. She awoke in her crib and could not ask where she was. Her world was one of mealtimes, naps, and toys. Sometimes, when she cried, Sol wondered if she was crying for her mother. Sol shopped in the small stores in Dan, taking the infant with him as he selected diapers, nursing packs, and the occasional new toy. The week before Sol left for Tau City Center, Ephraim and the 2 other elders came to talk. It was evening, and the fading light glowed on Ephraim's bald scalp. "Sol, we're worried about you. The next few weeks will be hard. The women want to help. We want to help." Sol laid his hand on the older man's forearm. "It's appreciated, Ephraim. Everything the last few years is appreciated. This is our home now, too. Sarai would have wanted me to say thank you. But we're leaving on Sunday. Rachel is going to get better." The 3 men on the long bench looked at one another. Abner said, "The cure?" "No," said Sol, "but I've found a reason to hope." "Hope is good," Robert said in cautious tones. Sol grinned. his teeth white against the gray of his beard. "It had better be," he said. "Sometimes is all we are given." The studio holo camera zoomed in for a close-up of Rachel, as the infant sat cradled in Saul's arm on the set of Common Talk. "So you're saying," said Devin Woodshire, the show's host and third best-known face in the web datasphere, "that the Shrike Church's refusal to allow you to return to the Time Tombs and the Hegemony's tardiness in processing a visa, these things will doom your child to this extinction?" "Precisely," said Sol. "The voyage to Hyperion cannot be made in under 6 weeks. Rachel is now 12 weeks old. Any further delay by either the Shrike Church or the web bureaucracy will kill this child." The studio audience stirred. Devin Witshire turned toward the nearest imaging remote. His craggy, friendly visage filled the monitor frame. "This man doesn't know if he can save his child," said Witshire, his voice powerful with subtle feeling. "But all he asks is a chance. Do you think he and the baby deserve one? If so, access your planetary representatives and your nearest Church of the Shrike Temple. The number of your nearest temples should be appearing now." He turned to Sol. "We wish you luck, Mr. Weintraub, and," Witcher's large hand touched Rachel's cheek, "we wish you Godspeed, our young friend." The monitor image held on Rachel until it faded to black. The Hawking effect caused nausea, vertigo, headache, and hallucinations. The first leg of the voyage was the 10-day transit to Parvati on the hegemony torch ship HS Intrepid. Sol held Rachel and endured. They were the only people fully conscious aboard the warship. At first, Rachel cried, but after some hours she lay quietly in Sol's arms and stared up at him with large, dark eyes. Sol remembered the day she was born. The medics had taken the infant from atop Sarai's warm stomach and handed her to Sol. Rachel's dark hair was not much shorter then, her gaze no less profound. Eventually, they slept from sheer exhaustion. Sol dreamed that he was wandering through a structure with columns the size of redwood trees and a ceiling lost to sight far above him. Red light bathed cool emptiness. Sol was surprised to find that he still carried Rachel in his arms. Rachel, as a child, had never been in his dream before. The infant looked up at him, and Sol felt the contact of her consciousness as surely as if she had spoken aloud. Suddenly, a different voice, immense and cold, echoed through the void. "Sol, take your daughter, your only daughter Rachel, whom you love, and go to the world called Hyperion, and offer her there as a burnt offering at one of the places of which I shall tell you." Sol hesitated and looked back to Rachel. The babe's eyes were deep and luminous as she looked up at her father. Sol felt the unspoken yes. Holding her tightly, he stepped forward into the darkness and raised his voice against the silence. "Listen. There will be no more offerings, neither child nor parent. There will be no more sacrifices for anyone other than our fellow human. The time of obedience and atonement is past." Sol listened. He could feel the pounding of his heart and Rachel's warmth against his arm. From somewhere high above there came the cold sound of wind through unseen fissures. Sol cupped his hand to his mouth and shouted, "That's all! Now, either leave us alone or join us as a father rather than a receiver of sacrifices. You have the choice of Abraham." Rachel stirred in his arms as a rumble grew out of the stone floor. The columns vibrated, the red gloom deepened and then winked out, leaving only darkness. From far away there came the boom of huge footsteps. Sol hugged Rachel to him as a violent wind roared past. There was a glimmer of light as both he and Rachel awoke on the HS Intrepid outward bound for Parvati, to transfer to the tree ship Yggdrasil for the planet Hyperion. Sol smiled at his 7-week-old daughter. She smiled back. It was her first, or her last, or her first smile. The main cabin of the Wind Wagon was silent when the old scholar finished his story. Sol cleared his throat and took a drink of water from a crystal goblet. Rachel slept on in the makeshift cradle of the open drawer. The Wind Wagon rocked gently on its way. The rumble of the great wheel and the hum of the main gyroscope a lulling background noise. "My God," Ron Lamia said softly. She started to speak again and then merely shook her head. Martin Silenus closed his eyes and said, "Considering that all hatred driven hence, the soul recovers radical innocence, and learns at last that it is self-delighting, self-appeasing, self-affrighting, and that its own sweet will is heaven's will, she can, though every face will scowl, and every windy quarter howl, or every bellows barrat, be happy still." I burst. Sol Weintraub asked, "William Butler Yeats?" Silenus nodded. "A prayer for my daughter." "I think I'm going up on deck for a breath of air before turning in," said the consul. "Would anyone care to join me?" Everyone did. The breeze of their passage was refreshing as the group stood on the quarterdeck and watched the darkened sea of grass rumble by. The sky was a great star-splashed bowl above them. Scarred by meteor trails, the sails and rigging creaked with a sound as old as human travel. "I think we should post guards tonight," said Colonel Cassad. "One person on watch while the others sleep. 2-hour intervals." "I agree," said the consul. "I'll take the first watch." "In the morning," began Cassad. "Look!" cried Father Hoyt. They followed his pointing arm. Between the blaze of the constellations, colored fireballs flared, green, violet, orange, green again, illuminating the great plain of grass around them like flashes of heat lightning. The stars and meteor trails paled to insignificance beside the sudden display. "Explosions?" ventured the priest. "Space battle," said Cassad. "Cislunar, fusion weapons." He went below quickly. "The tree," said Hetmastine, pointing to a speck of light which moved among the explosions like an ember floating through a fireworks display. Cassad returned with his powered binoculars and handed them around. "Ousters?" asked Lamia. "Is it the invasion?" "Ousters almost certainly," said Cassad, "but almost as certainly just a scouting raid. See the clusters? Those are hegemony missiles being exploded by the Ouster Ram Scouts' countermeasures." The binoculars came to the council. The flashes were quite clear now, an expanding cumulus of flame. He could see the speck and long blue tail of at least 2 scout ships fleeing from the hegemony pursuers. "I don't think," began Cassad, and then stopped as the ship and sails of the Sea of Grass glowed bright orange in reflected glare.
"Dear Christ," whispered Father White, "they've hit the tree ship!"
The consul swept the glasses left. A growing nimbus of flames could be seen with the naked eye, but in the binoculars, the kilometer-long trunk and branch array of the Yggdrasil was visible for an instant as it burned and flared, long tendrils of flame arcing away into space as the containment fields failed and the oxygen burned. The orange cloud pulsed, faded, and fell back on itself as the trunk became visible for a final second, even as it glowed and broke up with the last long ember in a dying fire. Nothing could have survived. The tree ship Yggdrasil, with its crew and complement of clones and semi-sentient erg drivers, was dead. The consul turned toward Hetmastine and belatedly held out the binoculars. "I'm so sorry," he whispered. The tall Templar did not take the glasses. Slowly, he lowered his gaze from the skies, pulled forward his cowl, and went below, without a word. The death of the tree ship was the final explosion. When 10 minutes had passed and no more flares had disturbed the night, Bron Lemia spoke. "Do you think they got them?" "The ousters?" said Cassad. "Probably not. The scout ships are built for speed and defense. They're light minutes away by now."
"Did they go after the tree ship on purpose?" asked Selenis. The poet sounded very sober.
"I think not," said Cassad. "Merely a target of opportunity." "Target of opportunity," echoed Sol Weintraub. The scholar shook his head. "I'm going to get a few hours' sleep before sunrise." One by one, the others went below. When only Cassad and the consul were left on deck, the consul said, "Where should I stand watch?" "Make a circuit," said the colonel. "In the main corridor, at the base of the ladder, you can see all of the stateroom doors and the entrance to the mess and galley. Come above and check the gangway and decks. Keep the lanterns lit. Do you have a weapon?" The consul shook his head. Cassad handed over his death wand. "It's on a tight beam, about half a meter at 10 meters. 10 meters range. Don't use it unless you're sure that there's an intruder. The rough plate that slides forward is the safety. It's on." The consul nodded, making sure that his fingers stayed away from the firing stud. "I'll relieve you in 2 hours," said Cassad. He checked his comlog. "It'll be sunrise before my watch is over." Cassad looked at the sky as if expecting the Yggdrasil to reappear and continue its firefly path across the sky. Only the stars glowed back. On the northeastern horizon, a moving mass of black promised a storm. Cassad shook his head. "A waste," he said, and went below. The consul stood there a while and listened to the wind in the canvas, the creak of rigging, and the rumble of the wheel. After a while, he went to the railing and stared at darkness while he thought. All right, that brings us to the end of Chapter 4. Well, this one has... So all of the chapters have been significant. All of them. Because there's been... The stories give little pieces of what is the mystery of Hyperion. Pieces of mystery of the Shrike. The mystery of humanity as we're going on. Because we're finding out little things that are a little different from what we would call familiar. A little outside the realm of a few 100,000 years, 100 or 1,000 years of progress and time. Something is pulling at the strings of the tapestry of time. kind of... But the question is it picking the tapestry apart, or is it nudging it back together, tightening up the slack? There's a fair bit of mystery left to be had. We've got, I think, how much further do we have? We're at about 60% of the way through the book, so we're a little bit north of halfway through. And there are... Oh, wait. Wow, okay, the last couple chapters must be gigantic. Actually, this next chapter is enormous. Holy moly. So, chapter 5 clocks in, according to my reader, at about 80 pages. But that's probably not quite right, because according to the table of contents, the chapter 5 goes from page 511 to page 675, which just tells me that my reader is giving us some slightly adjusted page lengths just by virtue of it having the adjustable EPUB page length. So, wow, this one is a lot. This might be one of the longer chapters. Well, chapter 1 was very long, but this next one is also very long. So we've got 2 chapters and an epilogue left. Probably anywhere from, well, depending on how far we get tonight, because we still have almost half of our time tonight. Yeah, it's, as you say, one of the big draws of sci-fi is that it's just weird. And this is perfect as it hits it. Each of the sub-stories are weird in their own ways, and there's the bigger meta story that's going on that I have no idea how this is going to turn out. No idea at all. And I wouldn't have it any other way. This is one of those stories that I am very, very glad to have had only a brief brush with spoilers. It's like, I know that the story of the Shrike and the story of Hyperion is like an existential dread sort of thing, a metaphysical mindfuck. But this is living up to that reputation and more. And this isn't a very long series, as if you may recall. The Hyperion Cantos itself is not a huge series. I'm actually going to look that up now. I think it's either 2 or 3 books. Oh, it's 4. Okay, I didn't realize it was 4 books. I thought it was shorter than that. But yeah, so it's only 4 books. But I think even that it's yeah, so it's 2 duologies. That's what it was. There's Hyperion and Endymion. So I think the main story of Hyperion is mostly finished after the 2nd book. But obviously that will lead into other things to justify the 3rd and 4th books. But wow. Wow. All through this, like, all of this feels like introduction still. I know it's the nature of it being the Canterbury Tales in Space, where we're getting backstory constantly. But usually, with this much background, you'd be upset or annoyed at a book. No, this is everything I could want from a book right now. It's got the personal drama, it's got the big, like, military and political strife, it's got the backbiting, it's got all sorts of things. And it's just so shocking and amazing how well Dan Simmons did to weave together all of these stories, all of these styles, all of these different books into the same book and make them feel part of a cohesive whole. Because each of these chapters could have been their own short stories, and that could have been it. If we were reading half of this in, like, as a bunch of periodicals written by Asimov or something like that, I wouldn't bat an eye. Like, yeah, sure, just a bunch of short stories. But they weave and interlock together so well. Oh, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Very happy with this. Our first 2 books for our Unarchived series really have been out of the park hits. I mean, starting off with classic of classics with fantasy, with Fellowship of the Ring, we could not have picked a better starting point. But for our first sci-fi of modern sci-fi with the Unarchived books to be Hyperion, oh man, we just stumbled into a great second book for this series. We are so lucky and so happy with how this is going. All right, so we have about 20 minutes till our next ad break, but I think we might take this one early because I mean, we have so few breaks between so few chapter breaks in this, given that it's only a 6-chapter book, that it would feel a waste not to take advantage of the break. So let's take a few minutes, stand up, stretch our legs properly, top up our drinks, and get ready and buckle in, because we've got another chapter, which means after a little bit of prelude and understanding of what's going on in the here and now, although honestly with this story, what does here and now mean? What does time mean? Things are all sorts of wacky and convoluted here. But with a little bit of the contemporary view and seeing how the progress toward the time tombs is going, and then we'll shift certainly into another of the stories, where there are only 3 left, I think. There's Braun Lamia, there's the Templar, and there's the Consul. Only 3 stories left. And I don't know how to like... Weintraub's story is gutting. Like, oh man. I can't imagine that any of the remaining stories are going to be so personal, so relatable and close to home. But we could be surprised. We could be surprised. So let's take a few minutes to prepare ourselves for a further emotional sucker punch, because I'm sure Dan's got some secrets that are probably going to be uncomfortable. All right, thanks, guys. We're going to take a short break here, and we'll be back to continue from Chapter 5. All right, we are back. So, we've seen the story of the missionary, or the priest, whose predecessor was caught up in some symbiotic strangeness that seems to loop through and preserve and continue life. And the priest himself was similarly caught up in this, and will very likely, if nothing happens, will be trapped on Hyperion for the foreseeable future. We saw the soldier's story, who has every intention of ending the Shrike, who's had a romance through the ages, through the eras, as he was having a rendezvous with his paramour through different battlefields across history, but has decided that he is going to be the end of the Shrike. We saw the story of the poet, who has been through and seen untold eons. One of the only living beings to have witnessed old Earth. Had seen what there was before and after. And we've seen the story of, to put it as the book does, the story of the Jew, Soul, and perhaps more importantly, Soul's daughter, who was trapped in a web of time in the time tombs by the Shrike and by the other powers at play, aging her in reverse, the Merlin syndrome as they call it, which is a very good name, actually, honestly, considering that canonically Merlin experienced time in reverse, growing younger as the time was going on around us. So, there are 2 chapters left and 3 stories left. So we'll have to see. Probably, I imagine the console is the one that is going to be left out. But I could be surprised. We'll see. I think from the beginning, it seems that the console has been hinted that he has no intention of telling his story. But next, we'll see whether it's Bron Lamia or the Templar who are going to speak up. The Templar who just lost his seed ship, or his tree ship, or Bron Lamia. I think she's a mercenary or something of the sort. I don't remember, honestly. It's been so long, and she's played such a minor part so far. So, let's resume with Chapter 5. Sunrise over the sea of grass was a thing of beauty. The consul watched from the highest point on the aft deck. After his watch, he had tried to sleep, given it up, and come up onto the deck to watch the night fade into day. The storm front had covered the sky with low clouds, and the rising sun lit the world with brilliant gold reflections, from above and below. The windwagon's sails and lines and weathered planks glowed in the brief benediction of light in the few minutes before the sun was blocked by the ceiling of clouds and color flowed out of the world once again. The wind which followed this curtain closing was chill, as if it had been blown down from the snowy peaks of the Bridle Range, just visible as a dark blur on the northeastern horizon. Bron Lamia and Martin Silenus joined the consul on the aft deck, each nursing a cup of coffee from the galley. The wind whipped and tugged at the rigging. Bron Lamia's thick, massive curls fluttered around her face like a dark nimbus. "Morning," muttered Silenus, squinting out over his coffee cup. at the wind-rippled sea and grass. "Good morning," replied the consul, amazed at how alert and refreshed he felt for not having slept at all the night before. "We have a headwind, but the wagon still seems to be making decent time. We'll definitely be to the mountains before nightfall," commented Silenus and buried his nose in the coffee cup. "I didn't sleep at all last night," said Bronlemere, "just for thinking about Mr. Weintraub's story." "I don't think," began the poet, and then broke off as Weintraub came onto deck, his baby peering over the lip of an infant carrier sling on his chest. "Good morning, everyone," said Weintraub, looking around and taking a deep breath. "Oh, brisk, isn't it?" "Fucking freezing," said Silenus. "North of the mountains it'll be even worse." "I think I'll go down to get a jacket," said Lemire. But before she could move, there came a single shrill cry from the deck below. "Blood!" There was, indeed, blood everywhere. Het Mastine's cabin was strangely neat. Bed unslept in, travel trunk and other boxes stacked precisely in one corner, robe folded over a chair, except for the blood, which covered great sections of the deck, bulkhead, and overhead. The 6 pilgrims crowded just inside the entrance, reluctant to go farther in. "I was just passing on my way to the upper deck," said Father Hoyt, his voice a strange monotone. "The door was slightly ajar. I caught a glimpse of the blood on the wall." "Is it blood?" demanded Martin Silenus. Bronlemere stepped into the room, ran a hand through a thick smear on the bulkhead, and raised her fingers to her lips. "It's blood." She looked around, walked to the wardrobe, looked briefly among the empty shelves and hangers, and then went to the small porthole. It was latched and bolted from the inside. Lenar Hoyt looked more ill than usual and staggered to a chair. "Is he dead, then?" "We don't know a damn thing except that Captain Mastine isn't in his room, and a lot of blood is," said Lemire. She wiped her hand on her pant leg. "The thing to do now is search the ship thoroughly." "Precisely," said Colonel Cassad. "And if we do not find the captain—" Bronlemere opened the porthole. Fresh air dissipated the slaughterhouse smell of blood and brought in the rumble of the wheel and the rustle of grass under the hill. "If we don't find Captain Mastine," she said, "then we assume that he either left the ship under his own will or was taken off." But the blood," began Father Hoyt. "Doesn't prove anything," finished Cassad. "Miss Lemire is correct. If we don't know Mastine's blood type or genotype. Did anyone see or hear anything?" There was silence, except for negative grunts and the shaking of heads. Martin Silenus looked around. "Don't you people recognize the work of our friend the Shrike when you see it?" "We don't know that," snapped Lemire. "Maybe someone wanted us to think it was the Shrike's doing." "That doesn't make sense," said Hoyt, still gasping for air. "Nonetheless," said Lemire, "we'll search in twos. Who has weapons besides myself?" "I do," said Colonel Cassad. "I have extras if needed." "No," said Hoyt. The poet shook his head. Sol Weintraub had returned to the corridor with his child. Now he looked in again. "I have nothing," he said. "No," said the consul. He had returned to the Death Wand to Cassad when his shift ended 2 hours before first light. "All right," said Lemire. "The priest will come with me on the lower deck. Silenus, go with the colonel. Search the middeck. Mr. Weintraub, you and the consul check everything above. Look for anything out of the ordinary, any sign of trouble." "One question," said Silenus. "What? Who the hell elected you Queen of the Prom?" "I'm a private investigator," said Lemire, leveling her gaze on the poet. That's what she was, a PI. Martin Silenus shrugged. "Hoyt here is a priest of some forgotten religion. Doesn't that mean we have to genuflect? That doesn't mean we have to genuflect when he says mass.
All right, sighed Bronlemere. I'll give you a better reason.
The woman moved so fast that the consul almost missed the action in a blink. 1 second, he was standing by the open port, and in the next, she was halfway across the stateroom, lifting Martin Silenus off the deck with one arm, her massive hand around the poet's neck.
How about, she said, that you do the logical thinking because it's the logical thing to do?
Managed Martin Silenus.
Good, said Lamia, without emotion, and dropped the poet to the deck.
Silenus staggered a meter and almost sat on Father Hoyt. Here, said Cassad, returning with 2 small neural stunners, and one to Sol Weintraub. What do you have? Cassad asked Lamia. The woman reached into a pocket of her loose tunic and produced an ancient pistol. Cassad looked at the relic for a moment and then nodded. Stay with your partner, he said. Don't shoot at anything unless it's positively identified and unquestionably threatening.
That describes the bitch I plan to shoot,
said Silenus, still massaging his throat. Bron Lamia took a half-step toward the poet. Fedman Cassad said, Shut up! Let's get this over with. Silenus followed the colonel out of the stateroom. Sol Weintraub approached the consul, handed him the stunner. I don't want to hold this thing with Rachel. Shall we go up? The consul took the weapon and nodded. The windwagon held no further sign of Templar voice of the tree Het Mastine. After an hour of searching, the group met in the stateroom of the missing man. The blood there seemed darker and drier.
Is there a chance that we missed something? Said Father Hoyt. Secret passages, hidden compartments?
There's a chance, said Cassad, but I swept the ship with heat and motion sensors. If there's anything else on board larger than a mouse, I can't find it.
If you had these sensors, said Silenus, why the fuck did you have us crawling through bilge and byways for an hour?
Because the right equipment or apparel can hide a man from heat and beat search.
So, in answer to my question, said Hoyt, pausing a second as a visible wave of pain passed through him, with the right equipment or apparel, Captain Mastine might be hiding in a secret compartment somewhere. Possible, but improbable, said Bronlemere. My guess is that he's no longer aboard. The Shrike, said Martin Silenus in a disgusted tone.
It was not a question.
Perhaps, said Lemire. Colonel, you and the consul were on watch through those 4 hours. Are you sure that you heard and saw nothing?
Both men nodded. The ship was quiet, said Cassad. I would have heard a man struggle even before I went on watch. And I didn't sleep after my watch, said the consul. My room shared a bulkhead with Mastine's. I heard nothing.
Well, said Silenus, we've heard from the 2 men who were creeping around in the dark with weapons when the poor ship was killed. They say they're innocent. Next case.
If Mastine was killed, said Cassad, it was with no death wand. No silent modern weapon, I know. There was that much blood around. There were no gunshots heard, no bullet holes found. So, I presume Miss Lemire's automatic pistol is not suspect. If this is Captain Mastine's blood, then I would guess an edged weapon was used.
The Shrike is an edged weapon, said Martin Silenus.
Lemire moved to the small stack of luggage.
Debating isn't going to solve anything. Let's see if there's anything in Mastine's belongings.
Father Hoyt raised a hesitant hand.
That's, well, private, isn't it? I don't think we have the right.
Bron Lemire crossed her arms.
Look, Father, If Mustain's dead, it doesn't matter to him. If he's still alive, looking through this stuff might give us some idea of where he was taken. Either way, we have to try to find a clue. Hoyt looked dubious, but nodded. In the end, there was little invasion of privacy. Mustain's first trunk held only a few changes of linen and a copy of Muir's Book of Life. The second bag held 100 separately wrapped seedlings, flash-dried and nestled in moist soil. Templars must plant at least 100 offspring of the Eternal Tree on whatever world they visit, explained the consul. The shoots rarely take, but it's a ritual. Braun Lemia moved toward the large metal box, which had sat at the bottom of the pile. "Don't touch that!" snapped the consul. "Why not?" It's a Mobius cube, responded Colonel Cassad for the consul. A carbon-carbon shell set around a zero-impedance containment field folded back on itself. "So," said Lemia, "Mobius cubes seal artifacts and stuff in. They don't explode or anything." "No," agreed the consul, "but what they contain may explode. May already have exploded, for that matter." "A cube of that size could hold a kiloton nuclear explosion in check, as long as it was boxed during the nanosecond of ignition," added Fedman Cassad. Lemia scowled at the trunk. "Then how do we know that something in there didn't kill Mustaine?" Cassad pointed to a faintly glowing green strip along the trunk's only seam. "It's sealed. Once unsealed, a Mobius cube has to be reactivated at a place where containment fields can be generated. Whatever's in there didn't harm Captain Mustaine." "So there's no way to tell," mused Lemia. "I have a good guess," said the consul. The others looked at him. Rachel began to cry, and Saul pulled a heating strip on a nursing pack. "Remember," said the consul, "at Edge yesterday, when Mr. Mustaine made a big deal out of the cube? He talked about it as if it were a secret weapon." "A weapon?" said Lemia. "Of course," Cassad said suddenly. "An erg." "Erg?" Martin Selena stared at the small crate. "I thought ergs were those force field critters that Templars used on their tree ships." "They are," said the consul. "The things were found about 3 centuries ago living on asteroids around Aldebaran. Bodies about as big as a cat's spine, mostly a piezoelectric nervous system, sheathed in silicon gristle, but they feed on and manipulate force fields as large as those generated by small spin ships." "So, how do you get all that into such a little box?" asked Selenas, staring at the Mobius cube. "Mirrors?" "In a sense," said Cassad, "the thing's field would be damped, neither starving nor feeding, rather like cryogenic fugue for us. Plus, this must be a small one, a cub, so to speak." Lemia ran her hand along the metal sheath. "Templars control these things? Communicate with them?" "Yes," said Cassad. "No one is quite sure how. It's one of the Brotherhood's secrets. But Het Mustaine must have been confident that the erg would help him with..." "The Shrike," finished Martin Selenas. "The Templar thought that this energy imp would be his secret weapon when he faced the Lord of Pain." The poet laughed. Father Hoyt cleared his throat. "The Church has accepted the hegemony's ruling that these creatures, ergs, are not sentient beings, and thus not candidates for salvation." That's kind of a non sequitur there. "Oh, they're sentient, all right, Father," said the consul. "They perceive things far better than we could ever imagine. But if you mean intelligent, self-aware, then you're dealing with something along the lines of a smart grasshopper. Are grasshoppers candidates for salvation?" Hoyt said nothing. Braun Lemia said, "Well, Evidently, Captain Mastine thought this thing was going to be his salvation. Something went wrong. She looked around at the blood-stained bulkheads and at the drying stains on the deck. Let's get out of here. The wind wagon tacked into increasingly strong winds as the storm approached from the northeast. Ragged banners of clouds raced white beneath the low gray ceiling of Stormfront. Grasses whipped and bent under the gusts of cold wind. Ripples of lightning illuminated the horizon and were followed by rolls of thunder, sounding like warning shots across the wind wagon's bow. The pilgrims watched in silence until the first icy raindrops drove them below to the large stateroom in the stern. This was in his robe pocket, said Braun Lemire, holding up a slip of paper with the number 5 on it. So, Mastine would have told his story next, muttered the consul. Martin Silenus tilted his chair until his back touched the tall windows. Stormlight made his satyr's features appear slightly demonic. There's another possibility, he said. Perhaps someone who hasn't spoken yet had the 5th spot and killed the Templar to trade spaces. Lemire stared at the poet. That would have to be the consul or me, she said, her voice flat. Silenus shrugged. Braun Lemire pulled another piece of paper from her tunic. I have number 6. What would I have achieved? I go next anyway. Then perhaps it's what Mastine would have said that needed to be silenced, said the poet. He shrugged again. Personally, I think the Shrike has begun harvesting us. Why did we think we'd be allowed to get to the tombs when the thing's been slaughtering people halfway from here to Keats? This is different, said Solheimtraub. This is the Shrike pilgrimage. So? In the silence that followed, the consul walked to the windows. Wind-driven torrents of rain obscured the sea and rattled the leaded panes. The wagon creaked and leaned heavily to starboard as it began another leg of its tack. Miss Lemire, asked Colonel Passat, do you want to tell your story now? Lemire folded her arms and looked at the rain-streaked glass. No, let's wait until we get off this damned ship. It stinks of death. The wind wagon reached the port of Pilgrim's Rest in mid-afternoon, but the storm and tired light made it feel like late evening to the wary passengers. The consul had expected representatives from the Shrike Temple to meet them here at the beginning of the penultimate stage of their journey, but Pilgrim's Rest appeared to the consul to be as empty as Edge had been. The approach to the foothills and the first sight of the bridle range was as exciting as any landfall, and brought all 6 of the would-be pilgrims on deck, despite the cold rain which continued to fall. The foothills were sere and sensuous, their brown curves and sudden up-thrustings contrasting strongly with the verdant monochrome of the sea of grass. The 9,000-meter peaks beyond were only hinted at by gray and white plains soon intersected by low clouds. But even so truncated were powerful to behold. The snow line came down to a point just above the collection of burned-out hovels and cheap hotels which had been Pilgrim's Rest. Describing the mountains like that kind of is bringing to mind the when we were reading about the South Pole with Lovecraft. I forget which story it was. The thing in the ice, or what was that? The story titles all blend together to me, but it all kind of
shifts together, but it's very reminiscent. The mountain peaks fading into beyond sight. It's the very edge of the world, the edge of civilization, the edge of now and the known, hinting at something older than time, outside of time, and sinister. If they destroyed the tramway, we're finished, muttered the consul. The thought of it, forbidden until now, made his stomach turn over. I see the first of 5 towers, said Colonel Cassad, using his powder glasses. They seem intact. Any sign of a car? No. Wait, yes. There's one in the gate at the station platform. Any moving? Asked Marcellinus, who obviously understood how desperate their situation would be if the tramway was not intact. No. The consul shook his head. Even in the worst weather with no passengers, the cars had been kept moving to keep the great cables flexed and free of ice. The 6 of them had their luggage on deck even before the wind wagon reefed its sails and extended a gangplank. Each now wore a heavy coat against the elements. Cassad and Force issue thermoflage cape. Braun Lamia in a long garment called a trench coat for reasons long forgotten. That's particularly timely and relevant considering we've in our classics sessions we were reading A Farewell to Arms, which is about World War I, which is the dawn of the trench coat. The namesake is because it was worn in the trenches. Martin Silenus in thick furs which rippled, now sable, now grey with the vagaries of wind. Father Hoyt in a long black which made him more of a scarecrow figure than ever. Sol Heintraub in a thick goose-down jacket which covered him and the child, and the consul in the thinning but serviceable greatcoat his wife had given him some decades before. "What about Captain Mustine's things?" asked Sol as they stood at the head of the gangplank. Cassad had gone ahead to reconnoiter the village. "I brought them up," said Lamia. "We'll take them with us." "It doesn't seem right, somehow," said Father Hoyt. "Just going on, I mean. There should be some service, some recognition that a man has died." "May have died," reminded Lamia, easily lifting a 40-kilo backpack with one hand. "Damn, girl." Hoyt looked incredulous. "Do you really believe that Mr. Mastine might be alive?" "No," said Lamia. Snowflakes settled on her dark hair. Cassad waved to them from the end of the dock, and they carried their luggage off the silent wind wagon. No one looked back. "Empty," called Lamia as they approached the colonel. The tall man's cloak was still fading from its gray and black chameleon mode. "Empty." "Bodies?" "No," said Cassad. He turned towards Sol and the consul. "Did you get the things from the galley?" Both men nodded. "What things?" "A week's worth of food," said Cassad, turning up to look up the hill toward the empty tramway station. For the first time, the consul noticed the long assault weapon in the crook of the colonel's arm, barely visible under the cloak. "We're not sure if there are any provisions beyond this point." "Will we be alive after a week from now?" thought the consul. He said nothing. They ferried the gear to the station in 2 trips. Wind whistled through the open windows and shattered domes of the dark buildings. On the second trip, the consul carried one end of Mastine's Mobius cube, while Lenar Hoyt puffed and panted under the other end. "Why are we taking the Earth thing with us?" gasped Hoyt as they reached the base of the metal stairway leading to the station. Rust streaked and spotted the platform like orange lichen. "I don't know," said the consul, gasping for breath himself. From the terminal platform, they could see far out over the sea of grass.
The wind wagon sat where they had left it, sails reefed, a dark and lifeless thing. Snow squalls moved across the prairie and gave the illusion of whitecaps on the numberless stalks of high grass. "Get the material aboard," called Kassad. "I'll see if the running gear can be reset from the operator's cabin up there." "Isn't it automatic?" asked Martin Silenus, his small head almost lost in thick furs. "Like the wind wagon?" "I don't think so," said Kassad. "Go on. I'll see if I can get it started up." "What if it leaves without you?" called Lamia at the colonel's retreating back. "It won't." That's some confidence there. The interior of the tramcar was cold and bare, except for metal benches in the forward compartment and a dozen rough bunks in the smaller rear area. The car was big, at least 8 meters long by 5 wide. The rear compartment was partitioned from the front cabin by a thin metal bulkhead with an opening but no door. A small commode took up a closet-sized corner of this aft compartment. Windows rising from the waist height to the roofline lined the forward compartment. The pilgrims heaped their luggage in the corner of the wide floor and stomped around, waved their arms, or otherwise worked to stay warm. Martin Silenus lay full length on one of the benches, with only his feet and the top of his head emerging from fur. "I forgot," he said. "How the fuck do you turn on the heat in this thing?" The consul glanced at the dark lighting panels. "It's electrical. It'll come on when the colonel gets us moving." "If the colonel gets us moving," said Silenus. Sol Weintraub had changed Rachel's diaper. Now he bundled her up again in an infant's thermosuit and rocked her in his arms. "Obviously, I've never been here before," he said. "Both of you gentlemen have?" "Yeah," said the poet. "No," said the consul, "but I've seen pictures of the tramway." "Kassad said he returned to Keats once this way," said Bronlemere from the other room. "I think," began Sol Weintraub, and was interrupted by a great grinding of gears and a wild lurch as the long car rocked sickeningly and then swung forward under the suddenly moving cable. Everyone rushed to the window on the platform side. Kassad had thrown his gear aboard before climbing the long ladder to the operator's cabin. Now he appeared in the cabin's doorway, slid down the long ladder, and ran toward the car. The car was already passing beyond the loading area of the platform. "He isn't going to make it," whispered Father Hoyt. Kassad sprinted the last 10 meters with legs that looked impossibly long. A cartoon stick figure of a man. The tramcar slid out of the loading notch, swung free of the station. Space opened between the car and the station. It was 8 meters to the rocks below. The platform deck was streaked with ice. Kassad ran full speed ahead, even as the car pulled away. "Come on!" screamed Bronlemere. The others picked up the cry. The consul looked up at sheaths of ice, cracking and dropping away from the cable as the tramcar moved up and forward. He looked back. There was too much space. Kassad could never make it. Fedman Kassad was moving at an incredible speed when he reached the edge of the platform. The consul was reminded for the second time of the old Earth jaguar he had seen in a Lucis zoo. He half expected to see the colonel's feet slip on a patch of ice, the long legs flying out horizontal, the man falling silently to the snowy boulders below. Instead, Kassad seemed to fly for an endless moment, long arms extended, cape flying out behind. He disappeared behind the car. There came a thud, followed by a long minute when no one spoke or moved. 40 meters high now, climbing toward the first tower. A second later, Kassad became visible at the corner of the car, pulling himself along a series of icy niches and handholds in the metal. Bronlemere flung open the cabin door. 10 hands helped pull Kassad inside. "Thank God," said Father Hoyt. The colonel took a deep breath and smiled grimly. "It was a dead man's break. I had to rig the lever with a sandbag."
I didn't want to bring the car back for a second try. Martin Solanus pointed to the rapidly approaching support tower and the ceiling of clouds just beyond. The cable stretched upward into oblivion. I guess we're crossing the mountains now whether we want to or not. How long to make the crossing? Asked Hoyt. 12 hours. A little less, perhaps. Sometimes the operators would stop the cars if the wind rose too high or the ice got too bad. We won't be stopping on this trip, said Kazan. Unless the cable's breached somewhere, said the poet, or we hit a snag. Shut up, said Lamia. Who's interested in heating some dinner? Look, said the consul. They moved to the forward windows. The tram rose 100 meters above the last brown curve of foothills. Kilometers below and behind, they caught a final glimpse of the station. The haunted hovels of Pilgrim's Rest and the motionless wind wagon. Then, snow and thick cloud enveloped them. The tramcar had no real cooking facilities, but the aft bulkhead offered a cold box and a microwave for reheating. Some things never change. Microwaves, they're what you do in a tool of last resort, but sometimes they just work. Lamia and Weintraub combined various meats and vegetables from the Windwagon's galley to produce a passable stew. Yeah, they're good for reheating and a few things. Very good for thawing, and then if you want to finish something in an oven or something. Generally, if you don't care if it gets mushy and all very samey, they're good for that. Good for soups, good for, yep. They do baked potatoes better than an oven, honestly. Martin Solanus had brought along wine bottles from both the Benares and the Windwagon, and he chose a Hyperion Burgundy to go with the stew. Hey now, how can you call it a Hyperion Burgundy? Burgundy requires it be from the Burgundy region. Here I am getting to be wine snob. They were nearly finished with their dinner when the gloom pressing against the windows lightened and then lifted altogether. The consul turned on his bench to see the sun suddenly reappear, filling the tramcar with a transcendent golden light. There was a collective sigh from the group. It had seemed that darkness had fallen hours before, but now, as they rose above a sea of clouds, from which rose an island chain of mountains, they were treated to a brilliant sunset. Hyperion's sky had deepened from its daytime glaucous glare to the bottomless lapis lazuli of evening, while the red-gold sun ignited cloud towers and great summits of ice and rock. The consul looked around. His fellow pilgrims, who had seemed gray and small in the dim light of half a minute earlier, now glowed in the gold of sunset. Martin Solanus raised his glass. That's better, by God! The consul looked up at their line of travel. Before, or 1,000 years after, I guess with the death of old Earth, they don't care about PDO anymore, do they? The concept is rather gauche. So, a quick stop. The image here. Oh, was it written before that? I didn't realize that was such a recent... Because this was written in 87, I think? I didn't realize that the PDO was such a recent invention. Huh. But anyway, the image here of rising above the clouds on a cable car in the mountains and seeing the mountain peaks as islands above them in a sea of clouds is a gorgeous mental image, but also terrifying. You're going basically plane height in a cable car. Yikes! Yikes, yikes, yikes. That's a nope from me. Absolutely not. Whoa. Don't you get started. The consul looked up at their line of travel, the massive cable dwindling to thread-like thinness far ahead, and then to nothing at all. On a summit several kilometers beyond, gold light glinted on the next support tower. 192 pylons, said Silenus in a sing-song tour guide's bored tones. Each pylon is constructed of a duralloy and whiskered carbon and stands 83 meters high. We must be high, said Bronlemere in a low voice. The high point on the 96-kilometer tramcar voyage lies above the summit of Mount Dryden, the 5th highest peak in the Bridle Range, at 9,246 meters, droned on Martin Silenus. Colonel Cassard looked around. The cabin's pressurized. I felt the change over some time ago. Look, said Bronlemere. The sun had been resting on the horizon line of clouds for a long moment. Now it dipped below, seemingly igniting the depth of storm clouds from beneath and casting a panoply of colors along the entire western edge of the world. Snow cornices and glazed ice still glowed along the western side of the peaks, which rose a kilometer or more above the rising tramcar. A few brighter stars appeared in the deepening dome of sky. The consul turned to Braun Lemire. Why don't you tell your story now, Miss Lemire? We'll want to sleep later, before arriving at the keep. Lemire sipped the last of her wine. Does everyone want to hear it now? Heads nodded in the roseate twilight. Martin Silenus shrugged. All right, said Bronlemere. She sat down her empty glass, pulled her feet up on the bench so that her elbows rested on her knees, and began her tale. So, for tonight, I was toward the end of my bottle of scotch. But you know, the last pour is always deceptive. Very deceptive, actually, I should say. I got to about my normal finger and a half, 2-finger pour. I'm like, all right, that's fine, but there's not very much left in the bottle. Well, that pour became about a 3.5-finger, maybe 4-finger pour. I'm almost done with this one, actually. We'll see if we can see how we do toward the end of tonight, because, yeah, it's either way more or way less. In this case, it was way more. Way more. So, riding a solid, warm feeling tonight. We'll see how well this carries on, because this is, if we're very nearly done, and this glass was filled almost to the top, which means this is probably about a 4-5 shotter. I have most of my tolerance still, but, you know, as you get older, you tend to lose some of it, unless you keep up, and I'm not that much of an alky. Probably a good nap after we finish tonight. Alright, we've got about 12 minutes until we need to run another ad in order to prevent pre-roll. So, we'll continue on for now, and there's probably going to be some natural breaks. But let's get started with the detective's tale. And yeah, I've lost a lot of my tolerance as well. But by the same token, I don't drink as much as I used to either. When I was a kid, every Friday after work, you go to a bar and you go till closing time. Nowadays, shit. That's what I drink on stream, and that's really about it. Exactly. I've never been terribly expensive, but it's nice to have the comfort of mind that you go out and maybe a beer with dinner, or a whiskey with dinner or something, and that's it. That's all you need. If I want to drink something, I'll pick up a bottle or box of wine on the way home, and that'll be it. It's easier from the comfort of your own recliner. Alright, let's continue now with the detective's tale. The Long Goodbye. If we're switching over to the detective's tale, we can switch BGMs, because we've got some detective-y BGMs. Let's see. Do we want funky or violin? So we used funky for Maltese Falcon, and the violin we used for Sherlock Holmes. I'm not sure which of these is going to be more appropriate for Lamia. Either could work, really, but we started with funky tonight. But it was vastly inappropriate for Soul's story. That was a mistake. All right, let's start funky. There we go. I like this one. I just did not like it for Soul's story. All right. So, the detective's tale. The Long Goodbye. I knew the case was going to be special the minute that he walked into my office. He was beautiful. But I don't mean effeminate or pretty in the male model HGTV star mode, merely beautiful. Okay, yeah, getting immediate Maltese Falcon vibes out of this one. Funky is the way. He was a short man, no taller than I, and I was born and raised in Lucis's 1.3 G field. It was apparent in a second that my visitor was not from Lucis. His compact form was well proportioned by web standards, athletic but thin. His face was a study in purposeful energy. Low brow, sharp cheekbones, compact nose, solid jaw, and a wide mouth that suggested both a sensuous side and a stubborn streak. His eyes were large and hazel-colored. He looked to be in his late 20s, standard. Understand, I didn't itemize all this the moment he walked in. My first thought was, is this a client? My second thought was, shit, this guy's beautiful. Miss Lamia? Yes. Miss Braun Lamia, of All Web Investigations? Yeah. He looked around as if he didn't quite believe it. I understood the look. My office is on the 23rd level of an old industrial hive in the old dig section of Iron Pig on Lucis. I have 3 big windows that look out on Service Trench 9, where it's always dark and always drizzling, thanks to a massive filter drip from the hive above. The view is, mostly, of abandoned automated loading docks and rusted girders. What the hell? It's cheap! Most of my clients call rather than show up in person. May I sit down? He asked, evidently satisfied that a bona fide investigatory agency would operate out of such a slum. Sure, I said, and waved him into a chair. Mr. Johnny, he said. He didn't look like a first-name type to me. Something about him breathed money. It wasn't his clothes.
common enough casuals in black and gray, although the fabric was better than average. There was just a sense that the guy had class. There was something about his accent. I'm good with placing dialects. It helps in this profession. But I couldn't place this guy's homeworld, much less local region. Let's talk of dialects. I know it's a break from flow here, but we should read Pygmalion. That sounds fun. That could be an interesting read. All right. How can I help you, Johnny? I held out the bottle of scotch I'd been ready to put away just as he entered. All right, Lamia. Woman after my own soul. Johnny boy shook his head. Maybe he thought I wanted him to drink from the bottle. Hell, I have more class than that. There are paper cups over by the water cooler. Miss Lamia, he said, the cultivated accent still bugging me by its elusiveness. I need an investigator. That's what I do. He paused, shy. A lot of my clients are hesitant to tell me what the job is. No wonder, since 95% of my work is divorce and domestic stuff. I waited him out. It's a somewhat sensitive matter, he said at last. Yeah, Mr. Johnny, most of my work falls under that category. I'm bonded with Uniweb, and everything having to do with the client falls under the Privacy Protection Act. Everything is confidential. Even the fact that we're talking now. Even if you decide not to hire me. That was basic bullshit. The authorities could get at my files in a moment if they ever wanted to. But I sensed that I had to put this guy at ease somehow. God, was he beautiful? Aha, he said, and glanced around again. He leaned forward. Miss Lamia, I would want you to investigate a murder. This got my attention. I'd been reclining with my feet on the desk. Now I sat up and leaned forward. A murder? Are you sure? What about the cops? They aren't involved. That's not possible, I said with a sinking feeling that I was dealing with a loony rather than a client. It's a crime to conceal a murder from the authorities. What I thought was, are you the murderer, Johnny? He smiled and shook his head. Not in this case. What do you mean? I mean, Miss Lamia, that a murder was committed, but that the police, local and hegemony, have neither knowledge of it nor jurisdiction over it. Not possible, I said again. Outside, sparks from an industrial weld of sorts cascaded into the trench, along with the rusty drizzle. Explain. A murder was committed outside of the web, outside of the protectorate. There were no local authorities. That made sense. Sort of. For the life of me, though, I couldn't figure where he was talking about. Even the outback settlements in colonial worlds have cops. On board some sort of spaceship? The Interstellar Transit Authority has jurisdiction there. I see, I said. It'd been some weeks since I'd had a case. All right, tell me the details. And the conversation will be confidential even if you do not take the case? Absolutely. And if you do take the case, you will report only to me? Of course. My prospective client hesitated, rubbing his fingers against his chin. His hands were exquisite. All right, he said at last. Start at the beginning, I said. Who was murdered? Johnny sat up straight, an attentive schoolboy. There was no doubting his sincerity. He said, I was... Well, that's a twist there. All right, so we got 3 minutes until we have pre-rolls turned back on, and I don't want pre-rolls, even though people don't tend to wander in. I'd rather not. Pre-rolls are something that turn me off instantly to any stream. So let's do the responsible thing and take an early ad break. So we'll be back in just about 3 minutes. Take the chance to top up your drinks, stretch your legs, walk about a bit, give your fuzzy friends some attention, and we'll be back to continue Braun Lamia's
a developing noir story.
All right, we are back. And I'm coming to a realization that my next trip to the liquor store might be kind of expensive. I need to restock the scotch that we finished tonight. And unfortunately, as the scotch has come to an end, I decided it was time to queue up a second drink for tonight. And wouldn't you know it, the box of cab is starting to run a little bit low. I'm sure I'll be their best friend when I show up. But let's go ahead and update the drink label here to reflect the shift. And get back to our continuing story with Braun Lemia's tale. That's fair. I'm on a first name basis with a few of the places around here, but not the liquor store. That's a low that I care not to dip to. It took 10 minutes to get the story out of him. When he was finished, I no longer thought he was crazy. I was. Or I would be if I took the job. Johnny, his real name was a code of digits, letters, and cipher bands longer than my arm was a cybrid. I'd heard about cybrids. Who hadn't? I once accused my first husband of being one, but I never expected to be sitting in the same room with one. I find it so damned attractive. Damn, girl. Alright, calm down. Johnny was an AI. His consciousness, or ego, or whatever you want to call it, floated somewhere in the megadatasphere data plume of the Technocore. Like everyone else, except maybe the current Senate CEO or the AI's garbage removers, I had no idea where the Technocore was. The AIs had peacefully seceded from human control more than 3 centuries ago, before my time. And while they continued to serve the hegemony as allies by advising the All-Thing and monitoring the data spheres, occasionally using their predictive abilities to help us avoid major mistakes or natural disasters, the Technocore generally went about its own indecipherable and distinctly non-human business in privacy. Fair enough, it seemed to me. Oh, the dream. To have AI that are actual AI and not plagiarism machines. Someday. 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 Usually, AIs do business with humans and human machines via the datasphere. They can manufacture an interactive holo if they need to. I remember during the Maui Covenant Incorporation, the Technocore ambassador at the treaty signing looked suspiciously like the old holo star Tyrone Bathwaite. Cybrids are a whole different matter. Tailored from human genetic stock, they are far more human in appearance and outward behavior than androids are allowed to be. Agreements between the Technocore and the Hegemony allow only a handful of cybrids to be in existence. So they're like biosynths. Cool. I looked at Johnny from an AI's perspective, the beautiful body and intriguing personality sitting across from the desk. For me, must be merely another appendage, a remote, somewhat more complex, but otherwise no more important than any one of 10,000 such sensors. Manipulators, autonomous units, or other remotes that an AI might use in a day's work. Discarding Johnny probably would create no more concern in an AI than clipping a fingernail would bother me. What a waste, I thought. A cybrid, I said. Yes, licensed. I have a World Web User's Visa. Good, I heard myself say. And someone murdered your cybrid, and you want me to find out who? No, said the young man. He had brownish red curls. Like his accent, the hairstyle eluded me. It seemed archaic somehow, but I had seen it somewhere. It was not merely this body that was murdered. My assailant murdered me. You? Yes. You as in the AI itself. Precisely. I didn't get it. AIs can't die. Not as far as anyone in the web knew. I don't get it, I said. Johnny nodded. Unlike a human personality, which can, I believe the consensus is, be destroyed at death, my own consciousness cannot be terminated.
There was, however, as a result of the assault, an interruption. Although I possessed, shall we say, duplicate recordings of memories, personality, etc., there was a loss. Some data were destroyed in the attack. In that sense, the assailant committed murder. I see. I lied. I took a breath. Well, what about the AI authorities, if there are such things? Or the hegemony cybercops? Wouldn't they be the ones to go to? For personal reasons, said the attractive young man whom I was trying to see as a hybrid, it is important, even necessary, that I do not consult these sources. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. Dan is pulling references and things that are fantastically recognizable. So I would not be surprised if he was pulling, if not referential or inspiration from things like Gibson. I raised an eyebrow. This seemed more like one of my regular clients. I assure you, he said, it is nothing illegal, nor unethical, merely embarrassing to me on a level which I cannot explain. I folded my arms across my chest. Look, Johnny, this is a pretty half-assed story. I mean, I have only your word that you're a cybrid. You might be a scam artist for all I know. He looked surprised. I had not thought of that. How would you like me to show you that I am what I say I am? I did not hesitate a second. Transfer 1,000,000 marks to my checking account in Transweb, I said. Johnny smiled. At the same instant, my phone rang, and the image of a harried man with the Transweb code block floating behind him said, Excuse me, Miss Lemire, but we wondered, with a deposit of this size, if you would be interested in investigating our long-term savings options or our mutual assured market possibilities. Later, I said. The bank manager nodded and vanished. That could have been a simulation, I said. Johnny's smile was pleasant. Yes, but even that would be a satisfactory demonstration, would it not? Not necessarily, he shrugged. Assuming I am what I say I am, will you take the case? Yeah, I sighed. One thing, though. My fee isn't 1,000,000 marks. I get a 500 a day plus expenses. The cybrid nodded. Does that mean you will take the case? I stood up, put on my hat, pulled on an old coat from a rack by the window. I bent over the lower desk drawer, smoothly sliding my father's pistol into his coat pocket. Let's go, I said. Yes, said Johnny. Go where? I want to see where you were murdered. Stereotype has it that someone born on Lucis hates to leave the hive and suffers from instant agoraphobia if we visit anything more open to the elements than a shopping mall. The truth of it is, most of my business comes from and leads to off-world. Skip tracing deadbeats who use the Farcaster system and a change of identity to try to start over. Finding philandering spouses who think rendezvous on a different planet will keep them safe from discovery. Tracking down missing kids and absent parents. Still, I was surprised, to the point of hesitating a second, when we stepped through the Iron Pig Concourse Farcaster into an empty stone plateau, which seemed to stretch to infinity. Except for the bronze rectangle of the Farcaster portal behind us, there was no sign of civilization anywhere. The air smelled like rotten eggs. The sky was a yellow-brown cauldron of sick-looking clouds. The ground around us was gray and scaled and held no visible life, not even lichen. I had no idea how far away the horizon really was, but we felt high, and it looked far. And there were no hint of trees, shrubs, or animal life in the distance either. "Where the hell are we?" I asked. I had been sure that I knew all the world of the web. "Madhya," said Johnny, pronouncing it something like Mudya. Mudya? Yeah, we'll go with Mudya. It probably won't come up again. "I never heard of it," I said, putting one hand in my pocket and finding the pearl-handled grip of my dad's automatic. "It's not officially in the web yet," said the hybrid. "Officially, it's a colony of Parvati, but it's only light minutes from the force base there, and the Farcaster connections have been set up before Mudya joins the Protectorate." I looked at the desolation. Sulfur dioxide stench was making me ill, and I was afraid it was going to ruin my suit. "Colonies? Nearby?" "No, there are several small cities on the other side of the planet." "What's the nearest inhabited area?" "Nanda Devi, a town of about 300 people. It's more than 2,000 kilometers to the south." "Then why put a Farcaster portal here?" "Potential mining sites," said Johnny. He gestured toward the Grey Plateau. "Heavy metals. The consortium authorized over 100 Farcaster portals in this hemisphere for easy access once the development began." "Okay," I said. "It's a good place for a murder. Why'd you come here?" "I don't know. It was part of the memory section lost." "Who'd you come with?" "I don't know that either." "What do you know?" The young man put his graceful hands in his pockets. Whatever attacked me used a type of weapon known in the Corps as an AIDS 2 virus." So, a quick moment. Reminder, this was written in 87, which is about the height of the AIDS epidemic, and also, conveniently, the height of the, right around the time of the Reagan administration decidedly doing jack shit about it. Thanks, Reagan. As to so many other things, you got us here. Dead asshole. "What's that?" "AIDS 2 was a human plague disease back long before the Hejira," said Johnny. "It disabled the immune system. This virus works the same with an AI. In less than a second, it infiltrates security systems and turns lethal phagocyte programs against the host, against the AI itself, against me." "So you couldn't have contracted this virus naturally?" Johnny smiled. "Impossible. It's comparable to asking a shooting victim if he might not have fallen on the bullets." I shrugged. "Look, if you want a datamnet or an AI expert, you've come to the wrong woman. Other than accessing the sphere like 20 billion other chumps, I know zilch about the ghost world." I used the old term to see if it would get a rise out of him. "I know," said Johnny, still equable. "That's not what I want you to do." "What do you want me to do?" "Find out who brought me here and killed me, and why." "All right. Why do you think this is where the murder took place?" "Because this is where I regained control of my cybrid, when I was reconstituted." "You mean your cybrid was incapacitated while the virus destroyed you?" "Yes." "And how long did that last?" "My death? Almost a minute before my reserve persona could be activated." I laughed. I couldn't help myself. What is amusing, Miss Lamia?" "Your concept of death," I said. The hazel eyes looked sad.
Perhaps it is amusing to you, but you have no idea what a minute of disconnection means to an element of the Technocore. It is eons of time and information, millennia of non-communication. Yeah, I said. I was able to hold back my own tears without too much effort. So, what did your body, your cybrid, do while you were changing persona tapes or whatever? I presume it was comatose. It can't handle itself autonomously? Oh, yes, but not when there's a general systems failure. So, where did you come to? Where did you come to? Pardon me? When you reactivated the cybrid, where was it? Johnny nodded in understanding. He pointed to a boulder less than 5 meters from the Farcaster. Lying there. On this side or the other side? The other side. I went over and examined the spot. No blood, no note, no murder weapons left lying about. Not even a footprint or indication that Johnny's body... Big old butt. That Johnny's body had lain there for an eternity of a minute. A police forensic team might have read volumes into the microscopic and biotic clues left there, but all I could see was hard rock. If your memory's really gone, I said, how do you know someone else came here with you? I accessed the Farcaster records. Did you bother to check the mystery person's name on the universal card charge? We both Farcast on my card, said Johnny. Just one other person? Yes. I nodded. Farcaster records would solve every interworld crime if the portals were true teleportation. The transport data record could have recreated the subject down to the last gram and follicle. Instead, a Farcaster essentially is just a crude hole ripped in space-time by a phased singularity. If a Farcaster criminal doesn't use his or her own card, the only data we get are origination and destination. Where do you two Farcast from? I asked. Tau Ceti Center. Do you have the postal code? The portal code? Postal. Of course. Let's go there and finish this conversation. I said, this place stinks to high heaven. TC Squared. The age-old nickname for Tau Ceti Center. It is certainly the most crowded world in the web. Besides its population of 5 billion people scrabbling for room on less than half the land area of old Earth, it has an orbital ring ecology that is home for 500 million more. In addition to being the capital of the hegemony and home of the Senate, TC Squared is the business nexus for web trade. Naturally, the portal number Johnny had found brought us to a 600 portal terminex in one of the biggest spires in New London, one of the oldest and largest city sections. Hell, I said, let's get a drink. There was a choice of bars near the terminex, and I picked one that was relatively quiet. A simulated ship's tavern, dark, cool, with plenty of fake wood and brass. I ordered a beer. I never drink the hard stuff or use flashback when on a case. Sometimes I think that need for self-discipline is what keeps me in the business. Johnny also ordered a beer. A dark German brew bottled on Renaissance Vector. I found myself wondering what vices a cybrid might have. I said, what else did you find out before coming to see me? The young man opened his hands. Nothing. Shit, I said reverently. This is a joke. With all the powers of an AI at your disposal, you can't trace your cyber's whereabouts and actions for a few days prior to your accident? No, Johnny sipped his beer. Rather, I could, but there are important reasons why I do not want my fellow AIs to find me investigating. You suspect one of them? Instead of answering, Johnny handed me a flimsy of his Universal card purchases. The blackout caused by my murder left 5 standard days unaccounted for. Here are the card charges for that time. I thought you said you were only disconnected for a minute. Johnny scratched his cheek with one finger. I was lucky to lose only 5 days worth of data, he said. I waved over to the waiter and ordered another beer. Look, I said, Johnny, whoever you are, I'll never be able to get an angle on this case unless I know more about you and your situation. Why would someone want to kill you if they know you'll be reconstituted or whatever the hell it is? I see 2 possible motives, said Johnny over his beer. I nodded. One would be to create just the memory loss they succeeded in getting, I said. That would suggest that whatever it was that they wanted you to forget, it occurred or come to your attention in the past week or so. What's the second motive? To send me a message, said Johnny. I just don't know what it is, or from who. Do you know who would want to kill you? No. Any guesses at all? None. Most murders, I said, are acts of sudden, mindless rage, committed by someone the victim knows well. Family, a friend or lover. A majority of the premeditated ones are usually carried out by someone close to the victim. Johnny said nothing. There was something about his face that I found incredibly attractive. Sort of masculine strength combined with a feminine sense of awareness. Perhaps it was the eyes. Do AIs have families? I asked. Feuds? Squabbles? Lovers' spats? No. He smiled slightly. There are quasi-family arrangements, but they share none of the requirements of emotional responsibility that human families exhibit. AI families are primarily convenient code groups for showing where certain processing trends originated. So, you don't think another AI attacked you? It's possible. Johnny rotated his glass in his hands. I just do not see why they would attack me through my Cyberin. Easier access? Perhaps. But it complicates things for the assailant. An attack in the data plume would have been infinitely more lethal. Also, I do fail to see any motive for another AI. It makes no sense. I'm a threat to no one. Why do you have a Cyberin, Johnny? Maybe if I understand your role in things, I could get a motive. He picked up a pretzel and played with it. I have a Cyberin. In some ways, I am a Cyberin because my function is to observe and react to human beings. In a sense, I was human once myself. I frowned and shook my head. So far, nothing he'd said had made sense. You heard of personality retrieval projects? He asked. No. A standard year ago, when the Force Sims recreated the personality of General Horace Glennon-Height to see what made him such a brilliant general, it was all in the news. Yeah, well, I am, or was, an earlier and much more complicated retrieval project. My core persona was based on a pre-Hijira Old Earth poet, ancient, born late 18th century old calendar. Oh. How the hell can they reconstruct a personality that lost in time? Writings, said Johnny. His letters, diaries, critical biographies, testimony of friends, but mostly through his verse. The sim recreates the environment, plugs in the known factors, and works backward from the created products. Voila! A persona core. Crude at first, but by the time I came into being, relatively refined. Our first attempt was a 20th century poet named Ezra Pound. Nice choice. Our persona was opinionated to the point of absurdity, prejudiced beyond rationality, and functionally insane. It took a year of tinkering before we discovered that the persona was accurate. It was the man who had been nuts. A genius, but nuts. Okay, Simmons, tell us how you really feel. And then what? I said. They build your personality around a dead poet. Then what? This becomes the template upon which the AI is grown, said Johnny. The cybrid allows me to carry out my role in the datum plane community. As poet, Johnny smiled again. More as poem, he said. A poem? An ongoing work of art. Not in the human sense. A puzzle, perhaps. A variable enigma, which occasionally offers unusual insights into more serious lines of analysis. I don't get it, I said. It probably does not matter. I very much doubt if my purpose was the cause of the assault. What do you think was the cause? I have no idea. I felt us closing a circle. All right, I said. I'll try to find out what you were doing and who you were with during these lost 5 days. Is there anything besides the credit flimsy that you can think of to help? Johnny shook his head. You know, of course, why it is important for me to know the identity and motive of my assailant? Sure, I said. They might try it again. Precisely. How can I get hold of you if I need to? Johnny passed me an access chip. A secure line? I said. Very. Okay, I said. I'll get back to you, if and when I get some information. We moved out of the bar and toward the Terminex. He was moving away when I took 3 quick steps and grabbed his arm. It was the first time I touched him. Johnny, what's the name of the old Earth poet they resurrected? Retrieved. Whatever. The one they built your AI persona on? The attractive cybrid hesitated. I noticed that his eyelashes were very long. How can it be important? He asked. Who knows what's important? He nodded. Keats, he said. Born in AD 1795, died of tuberculosis in 1821. John Keats. We keep coming back to Keats. Over and over and over. The poet referenced Keats all the time. And now this. And there's been reference to Keats in Saul's story. And yeah, either Simmons is a fan or he's deliberately setting aside Chekhov's gun for us. Although it's a little sooner, it's a little further along than Act 1 here. But I'm willing to overlook that little bit of faux pas. We don't really do much poetry, so Keats hasn't really hit my radar. That might be interesting to visit. If we do start to approach poetry, there's so many options. We can get like Whitman, we can get Keats,
there's a lot of choices, but poetry is kind of an awkward vibe for our read-alongs. Although it's not too much different from like when we're doing Devil's Dictionary for our fillers. So maybe after we finish Devil's Dictionary, we'll start doing poetry for our filler sessions. It's an idea. All right, let's see. Hey, I got a ping in a... Oh, lordy. Oh, a friend has started to play Tomodachi Life, and they want me to fill out a personality thing. Fun. That could be interesting. All right, let's see. Following someone through a series of Farcaster changes is damn near impossible, especially if you want to remain undetected. The web cops can do it, given about 50 agents assigned to the task, plus some exotic and damned expensive high-tech toys. Not to mention the cooperation of the Transit Authority. For solo, the task is almost impossible. Still, it was fairly important for me to see where my new client was headed. Johnny did not look back as he crossed the Terminex Plaza. I moved to a nearby kiosk and watched through my pocket-sized imager as he punched codes on a manual disk key. Inserted his card and stepped through the glowing rectangle. The use of the manual disk key probably meant that he was headed for a general access portal, since private caster codes are usually imprinted on eyes-only chips. Great! I'd narrowed his destination down to approximately 2 million portals on 150-some web worlds and half that many moons. With one hand, I pulled the red lining out of my overcoat while I hit replay on the imager, watching through the eye spaces that magnified the disk key sequence. I tugged out a red cap to go with my new red jacket and pulled the brim low over my face. Moving quickly across the plaza, I queried my comm about the 9-digit transfer code I'd seen on the imager. I knew the first 3 digits meant the world of Tsingtao, Xishuang, Panna. I'd memorized all the planetary prefixes, and was told an instant later that the portal code led to a residential district in the first expansion city of Arxin. I hurried to the first open booth and cast there, stepping out into a small Terminex plaza paved in worn brick. Ancient oriental shops leaned against one another, eaves of their pagoda roofs hanging over narrow side streets. People thronged the plaza and stood in doorways, and while most of those in sight were obviously descendants of the long flight exiles who settled THP, many were off-worlders. The air smelled of alien vegetation, sewage, and cooking rice. "Damn," I whispered. There were 3 other Farcaster portals there, and none were in constant use. Johnny could have Farcast out immediately. Instead of casting back to Lucis, I spent a few minutes checking the plaza and side streets. At this time, the Meladin pill I'd swallowed and worked, and I was a young black woman. Or man, it was hard to tell in my trendy red balloon jacket and polarized visor. Strolling idly while taking pictures with my tourist imager. Just boom, take a pill and you've got a black like me situation? Okay, cool. We got our sci-fi bit there in here. The trace pellet I dissolved in Johnny's second German beer had been more
been more than enough time to work. The UV-positive microspores were almost hanging in the air by now. I could almost follow the trail of exhalations he had left. Instead, I found a bright yellow handprint on a dark wall. Bright yellow to my especially fitted visor, of course, invisible out of the UV spectrum, and then followed the trail. Vague blotches where saturated clothing and touched market stalls or stone. Johnny was eating in a Cantonese restaurant, less than 2 blocks from the Terminex Plaza. The frying food smelled delicious, but I restrained myself from entering, checking prices in alley bookstalls and haggling in the market for almost an hour before he finished. Returned to the plaza and forecast out. This time, he used a chip code, a private portal, certainly, possibly a private home, and I took 2 chances by using my pilot fish card to follow him. 2 chances. Because first, the card is totally illegal and would someday cost me my license, if caught. Less than likely if I kept using Daddy Silva's obscenely expensive but aesthetically perfect shape changer chips. And second, I ran a better than even chance of ending up in the living room of Johnny's house. Never an easy situation to talk one's way out of. It was not his living room. Even before I'd located the street signs, I recognized the familiar extra tug of gravity. The dim bronze light, the scent of oil and ozone in the air, and I knew I was home on Lucis. Johnny had cast into a medium security private residential tower in one of the Bergs and Hives. Perhaps that was why he'd chosen my agency. We were almost neighbors, less than 600 clicks apart. My cybrid was not in sight. I walked purposely, so as not to alert any security vids or a vids programmed to respond to loitering. There was no residence directory, no numbers or names on the apartment doorways, and no listings accessible by Comlog. I guessed that there were about 20,000 residential cubbies in East Bergson Hive. The telltales were fading as the spore soup died, but I checked only 2 of the radial corridors before I found a trail. Johnny lived far out on a glass-floored wing above a methane lake. His palm lock showed a faintly glowing handprint. I used my cat burglar tools to take a reading of the lock, and then I cast home. All in all, I'd watched my man go out for Chinese food and then go home for the night. Enough accomplished for one day. BB Serbinger was my AI expert. BB worked in hegemony flow control records and statistics, and spent most of his life reclining on a free-fall couch with a half-dozen microleads running from his skull while he communed with other bureaucrats in the datum plane. I'd known him in college when he was a pure cyberpuke, a 20th generation hacker, cortically shunted when he was 12 standard. His real name was Ernest, but he'd earned the nickname BB when he went out with a friend of mine named Shayla Toyo. Shayla had seen him naked on their second date and had laughed for a solid half hour. Ernest was, and is, almost 2 meters tall, but masses less than 50 kilos. Shayla said that he had a butt like 2 BBs, and, like most cruel things do, the nickname stuck. Damn, alright. I visited him in one of the windowless worker monoliths on TC Squared. No cloud towers for BB and his ilk. So, Braun, he said, how come you're getting information literate in your old age? You're too old to get a real job. I just want to know about AIs, BB. Only one of the most complex topics in the known universe. He sighed longingly. aside and looked longingly at his disconnected neural shunt and metacortex leads. Cyberpukes never come down, but civil servants are required to dismount for lunch. BB was like most cyberpukes in that he never felt comfortable exchanging information when he wasn't riding a data wave. So, what do you want to know? Yeah, he said. Why did the AIs drop out? I had to start somewhere. BB made a convoluted gesture with his hands. They said they had projects which were not compatible with total immersion and hegemony. Read human affairs. Truth is, nobody knows. But they're still around, still managing things. Sure. The system couldn't run without them. You know that, Braun. Even the old thing couldn't work without AI management of the real-time Schwarzschild patterning. Okay, I said, cutting off before he lapsed into cyberpukese. But what are their other projects? Yeah. This is an early touch of cyberpunk, honestly. It's really, written in 87. When did cyberpunk really start taking in public awareness of, like, a potentiality? This has to be something of an early adoption. No one knows. Granner and Swayze up at Artanel Corp think that the AIs are pursuing the evolution of consciousness on a galactic scale. But we know they have their own probes out far deeper into the outback. What about cybrids? Hybrids? BB sat up and looked interested for the first time. Why do you mention cybrids? Why are you surprised that I mentioned them, BB? He absently rubbed his shunt socket. Well, first of all, most people forget they exist. 2 centuries ago, it was all alarmism and pod people taking over all that. But now, nobody thinks about them. Also, I just ran across an anomaly advisory yesterday that said the cybrids were disappearing. Well, that's pretty close, actually. Sprawl Trilogy and about 3 years apart from... It's probably a safe bet that he read this. That's fair. That's fair. Very cool. I enjoy it. Let's see. Disappearing? It was my turn to sit up. Being phased out. The AIs used to maintain about 1,000 licensed cybrids in the web. About half of them based right here on TC Squared. Last week's census showed about 2/3 of those have been recalled in the past month or so. What happens when an AI recalls its cybrid? I don't know. They're destroyed, I suppose. AI don't like to waste things, so I imagine the genetic material's recycled somehow. Why are they being recycled? Nobody knows, Braun. But then most of us don't know why the AIs do most of the things they do. Do experts see them, the AIs, as a threat? Are you kidding? 600 years ago, maybe. 2 centuries ago, the secession made us leery. But if things wanted to hurt humanity, they could have done it long before this. Worrying about AIs turning on us is about as productive as worrying that farm animals are going to revolt. Except the AIs are smarter than us, I said. There is that. BB, have you heard of personality retrieval projects? Like the Glen and Height thing? Sure, everybody has. I even worked on one at Rice University a few years ago. They're passé. No one's doing them anymore. Why is that? Jesus, you don't know shit about anything, do you, Braun? The personality retrieval projects were all washouts. Even with the best sim control, they got the Force OCS HTN network involved. You can't factor all variables successfully. The persona template becomes self-aware. I mean, just self-aware like you and me, but self-aware that it's an artificially self-aware persona. And that leads to a terminal strange loops and non-harmonic labyrinths that go straight to Escher space. Translate, I said. BB sighed and glanced at the blue and gold time band on the wall. 5 minutes and his mandatory lunch hour was over. He could
rejoin the real world. Translated, he said, the retrieved personality breaks down, goes crazy, Psycho City, bloodfuck. All of them? All of them. But the AIs are still interested in the process. Oh yeah? Who says? They've never done one. All the retrieval efforts I've ever heard of were human-run. Mostly botched university projects, brain-dead academics spending fortunes to bring back dead academic brains. I forced a smile. There were 3 minutes until he could plug back in. Were all the retrieved personalities given cybrid remotes? You know what? I forget that Dick was active in the 60s and 70s. Like, it's one of those... There's blanks in my awareness of what constitutes sci-fi. So, I mean, we just recently read Barsoom, which is kind of sci-fi. We read, what was it? Why am I gonna lose it? Not Mars Attacks. That's the silly, goofy movie. It's gonna bother me. It is gonna bother me. I have to look this up now. You hit that point in being tired, just like, I have forgotten words. I know what I'm talking about, but I've forgotten words. Words are hard. Oh yeah, and War of the Worlds, that's what it was. God damn. And yeah, Android Dreams Electric Sheep is quite a bit earlier than you expect. Asimov in general was much earlier than you expect. So, that makes sense. Just, time is... Time is a confusing construct. And we're getting to the point where we're closer to, like, I mean, shit, 9/11 was 20 years ago, for fuck's sake. So, the idea that, like, cyberspace, cyberpunk, and like, the hacker subculture and such, that's been around for more than a generation now. Yeah, the more we live through it, the stranger it gets, is a very good way to put it. I think a lot of it too is that we're very near, I think, to a point where things like cyberpunk style fiction are plausible, not like the fever dreams of madmen writing fiction, writing sci-fi, but this is like, it's it's like 2 steps removed from metaverse stuff. Which, while yes, that's obviously a joke and a failure, it represents something. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone come up with something like that in the next couple decades. Exactly. Best live in a cyberpunk dystopia. We're in a boring dystopia. The worst kind of dystopia. We don't have any of the special flavor. No. What was the old curse? May you live in interesting times? No. We are beyond that. We are in so much worse than interesting times. We're in boring times, controlled by faceless corporatists and shareholders. Damn it. I was riding a good vibe as we got through the last of the scotch and was getting into the Cabernet, and like, alright, we're feeling good. Dragging us into depression. Way to go. Way to go. All right, where were we? We've got about 20 minutes yet tonight. We can get some good progress in. We do have an ad coming up in about 8 minutes because I don't want pre-rolls to show up at the end. So probably around, well, we'll see where we end up. All right. I forced a smile. The 3 minutes were... There were 3 minutes until he could plug back in. Were all the retrieved personalities given cyber remotes? Uh-huh. What gave you that idea? What gave you that idea, Braun? None were. Couldn't work. Why not? It'd just fuck up the stim sim. Plus, you'd need perfect clone stock and an interactive environment precise to last detail. You see, kiddo, with a retrieved personality, you let it live in its world by a full-scale sim, and then you just sneaked a few questions in via dreams or scenario interactives. Pulling a persona out of a sim reality into slow time. This was the cyberpuke's age-old term for the, pardon the expression, real world. We'll just drive it bug fuck all the sooner, he finished. I shook my head. Yeah, well, thanks, BB. I moved to the door. There were 30 seconds left before my old college friend could escape from slow time. BB, I said as an afterthought, have you ever heard of a persona retrieved from an old Earth poet named John Keats? Keats? Oh, sure, there was a big write-up of that in my undergrad text. Marty Carolus did that about 50 years ago at New Cambridge. What happened? The usual. Persona went strange loop. But before it broke up, it died a full sim death. Some ancient disease. BB glanced at the clock, smiled, and lifted his shunt. Before looking into his skull socket, he looked at me again, almost beatifically. I remember now, he said, through his dreamy smile. It was tuberculosis. If our society ever opted for Orwell's Big Brother approach, the instrument of choice for oppression would have to be the credit wake. In a totally non-cash economy with only a vestigial barter black market, a person's activities could be tracked in real time by monitoring the credit wake of his or her universal card. There were strict laws protecting card privacy, but laws had a bad habit of being ignored or abrogated when social push came to totalitarian shove. Oh, Jesus Christ. So, I know we were joking about depression and dystopia as we were going on earlier, but hey. All right, Braun. Johnny's credit wake for the 5-day period leading to his murder showed a man of regular habits and modest expenses. Before following up the leads on the credit flimsy, I'd spent a dull 2 days following Johnny himself. Data: he lived alone in East Bergson Hive. A routine check showed that he'd lived there about 7 local months. Less than 5 standard. In the morning, he had breakfasted at a local cafe, and then forecast to Renaissance Vector, where he worked for about 5 hours, evidently gathering research of some sort in the print archives, followed by a light lunch at a courtyard vendor's stand, another hour or 2 in the library, and then cast home to Lucis, or some favorite eating spot on another world. In his cubby by 2200 hours, more forecasting than the average Lucian middle-class drone, but an otherwise uninspiring schedule. The credit flimsies confirmed that he had held to the agenda on the week he was murdered, with the addition of a few extra purchases. Shoes one day, groceries the next, and one stop at a bar on Renaissance 5 on the day of his murder. I guess that's probably Renaissance V. The random use of abbreviations is always convoluting.
I joined him for dinner at a small restaurant on Red Dragon Street near the Tsingtao Hishang Panda portal. The food was very hot, very spicy, and very good. How's it going? He asked. Great. I'm 1,000 marks richer than when we met, and I found a good Cantonese restaurant. I'm glad my money is going towards something important. Speaking of your money, where does it come from? Hanging out in Renaissance Vector Library can't pay much. Johnny raised an eyebrow. I live on a small inheritance. Not too small, I hope. I want to be paid. It will be adequate for our purposes, Miss Lamia. Have you discovered anything of interest? I shrugged. Tell me what you do in that library. Can it be possibly be germane? Yeah, could be. He looked at me strangely. Something about his eyes made me go weak at the knees. You remind me of someone, he said softly. Oh? From anyone else, that line would have been cause for an exit. Who? I asked. A woman I once knew long ago. He brushed fingers across his brow as if he were suddenly tired or dizzy. What was her name? Fanny. The word was almost whispered. I knew who he was talking about. John Keats had a fiancée named Fanny. Their love affair had been a series of romantic frustrations which almost drove the poet mad. When he died in Italy, alone except with one fellow traveler, feeling abandoned by friends and his lover, Keats had asked that unopened letters from Fanny and a lock of her hair be buried with him. I'd never heard of John Keats before this week. I'd accessed all this shit with my comlog. I said, So, what do you do at the library? The cybrid cleared his throat. I'm researching a poem. Something for fragments of the original. Something by Keats? Yes. Wouldn't it be easier to access it? Of course. But it is important for me to see the original, to touch it. I thought about that. What's the poem about? He smiled, or at least his lips did. The hazel eyes still seemed troubled. It's called Hyperion. It's difficult to describe what it's about. Autistic failure, I suppose. Keats never finished it. I pushed aside my plate and sipped warm tea. You say Keats never finished it? Don't you mean you never finished it? His look of shock had to be genuine, unless AIs were consummate actors. For all I knew, they could be. Good God, he said. I'm not John Keats. Having a persona based upon a retrieval template no more makes me Keats than having the name Lamia makes you a monster. Lamia. There have been a million influences that have separated me from that poor, sad genius. You said I reminded you of Fanny. An echo of a dream. Less. You've taken RNA learning medication, yes? Yes. It's like that. Memories which feel hollow. A human waiter brought fortune cookies. Do you have any interest in visiting the real Hyperion? I asked. What's that? The Outback world. Somewhere beyond Pavati, I think. Johnny looked puzzled. He had broken open the cookie, but had not yet read the fortune. It used to be called the Poet's World, I think, I said. It even had a city named after you, after Keats. The young man shook his head. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of the place. How can that be? Don't AIs know everything? His laugh was short and sharp. This one knows very little. He read his fortune. Be wary of sudden impulses. I crossed my arms. You know, except for that parlor trick with the bank manager hollow, I have no proof that you are what you say you are. Give me your hand. My hand? Yes, either one, thank you. Johnny held my right hand in both of his. His fingers were longer than mine. Mine were stronger. Close your eyes, he said. I did. There was no transition. One instant I was sitting in the Blue Lotus on Red Dragon Street, and the next I was nowhere.
Somewhere, streaking through gray-blue datum plane, banking along chrome-yellow information highways, passing over and under and through great cities of glowing information storage, red skyscrapers sheathed in black security ice. Simple entities like personal accounts or corporate files blazing like burning refineries in the night. Above it all, just out of sight, as if poised in twisted space, hung the gigantic weights of the AIs. Their simplest communications pulsing like violent heat lightning along the infinite horizons, somewhere in the distance, all but lost in the maze of three-dimensional neon that partitioned one tiny second of arc in the incredible datasphere of one small world. I sensed, rather than saw, those soft, hazel eyes waiting for me. Johnny released my hand. He cracked my fortune cookie open. The strip of paper read, "Invest wisely in new ventures." Jesus, I whispered. BB had taken me flying in datum plane before, but without a shunt, the experience had been a shadow of this. It was the difference between watching a black and white hollow of a fireworks display and being there. How do you do that? "Will you be making any progress on the case tomorrow?" he asked. I regained my composure. "Tomorrow," I said, "I plan to solve it." All right, we hit the point where the pre-roll turned back on. So let's go ahead, now that we've hit a break, to take a short break. Afterward, we'll probably get through maybe one more section, or we might just talk. So let's go ahead and take a short break to turn the ads off, and we'll be back in just a little while. Thanks! All right, we are back, and I did take a look. The next section is a little bit too long for us to finish in just a few minutes. So let's just take a minute to unpack some of what we've read tonight. We've made quite a bit of progress. We are now at about the 70%-ish mark on Hyperion. We're making decent headway. I'd say there's probably another 2 to 3 readings yet before we reach the end of this one. I'm not really in a rush. I'm enjoying this quite a lot. I'm continually amazed by how well Dan Simmons is able to weave the style together so cohesively. Yeah, exactly. He's just flexing on everybody. He's writing noir every bit as believably as Maltese Falcon was. He wrote whatever the hell we got through some of the others. It's hard to put a finger on what the actual styles were, but he's gotten through so many different distinct styles and genres, and all of them are fantastic. The fact that he won the Hugo on his first sci-fi novel, originally I was shocked. Now I'm just like, yeah, of course he did. Of course he did. Because, honestly, I couldn't imagine anything to be written at the same time as this that could have possibly beaten it. Just stunning how well he managed this. Even if it was all just one story, or if it was just the individual short stories were published alone, they would have been fantastic. But to have the compilation like this, oh, just perfect. So, for what we've read tonight, we started with the conclusion of Saul's story. And man, when we left off last week, I knew it was going to get heavy. It was getting to be a gut punch already. But tonight, oh man, it was so heavy with the end of Saul's story. When Saria had her accident, leaving Saul alone with Rachel. Oh, that was a killer. That was a killer. And even the segue in between, that's sort of the I mean, it's a segue. It's a distraction from the other stories that we've been told. But even that has been done exceptionally well. We get the more sci-fi aspect. We get there was a space battle, for Christ's sake. The tree that brought the tree ship, which cool idea, that brought them to Hyperion was blown up in a spectacular fireball of igniting oxygen. Crazy stuff. And then the depiction of the landscape, well, not really the landscape, the horizon, as they go over they're on the cable car rising above the clouds and seeing the islands of the mountaintops. Like that, by itself is... The way he can describe a scene and paint a picture for your mind is fantastic. Each of these stories by themselves would be great. But together as a cohesive whole, I'm flabbergasted that he continued to write after this. There are 3 more books that are in the same sort of combined world space as this. I can't even imagine it. Because this one is so good that you have to imagine that he had to have either maintained at level or pushed it further. Because people talk about the Hyperion Cantos as in the whole series, not just Hyperion. So that tells you that the others are good. Man. Just a masterwork. I can't believe that I had not read any of Simmons before this. I will be after this. I'll probably pick up... I'll try... I do think that we will probably read most of Hyperion Cantos on this. Not in sequence, obviously. We'll be bouncing around. But we'll be reading a lot of his stuff as we come through. It's just how it's going to be. And I'm enjoying this way too much. But I may look at some of his other works on a personal side story, like side project to read. It's just because he's so fantastically good. Very happy with the accident that brought us to read this one. Not to say that, I mean, I guess the reason that we're reading this one is that he recently passed. So that's a bit of an awkward turn of phrase. But anyway, I'm happy to have discovered Simmons' work. Yeah, I will say, there's a very different vibe for... I'm sure it's different for you listening versus reading on your own, and it's very different for me reading it out compared to just sitting in a comfy chair and reading it myself. We're at three different distinct experiences for how to experience a work, and I'm very glad that this is the format that we're approaching this one in. It's unusual for me to have like a sounding board to bounce off of for like when things like take a hard turn and like have to have a hold up moment. If it's just me sitting in a recliner with the cats, they don't really react too well when I say, hold the fucking phone, Simba. That shit was wild. No. Exactly. It's much better with sharing it. It reminds me of like when I was in school. I'd had some friends and we'd check out the same books or the same series from the school library because there's only so many copies, and we'd talk about them with each other like on the bus ride back home. It feels like that. It's a reminiscent experience. It is so cool and so fun. All right, so we are pushing past 10 o'clock. I do have an early day tomorrow, which is gonna suck. I got wrangled into working on my mother's car, replacing brakes and shocks and struts. Never mind that I haven't worked on a car in about 15 years. But the things we do. In addition to that, that includes about a 3-hour drive to get to her place to start working on the car, and then a 3-hour drive back. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow. I expect we'll be able to stream as scheduled, but if I'm half dead on the air, so be it. It's I think it's an 0 something Impala, so it's not that bad. That's of an era that it's one of those things like more modern cars really suck to work on. Older cars, not so bad. Much older cars, very bad. So I will probably be fine. I think it's got rotors on all 4 brakes, which is easier. I hate doing drum brakes. I will not do drum brakes. Rotors are easy enough. Rotors and pads. Disc brakes. So that I can deal with. The shocks and struts I've never done before. Yeah, the EFI, that's where when the computer takes over for the car, that's way too much for me. Like, I won't work on a modern car. I won't even change the brakes on my car. I'll replace the windshield wipers. I'll fill the wiper fluid. Beyond that, I don't trust myself anymore. The market has moved past my meager skills. And I'm okay with that. I'm just a man on the internet. All right. So as I was trying to segue into that, I've got a very early day tomorrow, which will lead into a very long day. As such, we don't really have a whole lot of time to be talking and yapping tonight. So I'm going to see if there's anybody we can raid into tonight. I always like to find readers. Last time we went to EM, and that was great, but I would like to see if there's anybody new we can find tonight. As I was looking through, someone is finishing the Odyssey, which is an interesting idea. We read that relatively early in our channel. And then, let's see. There's a lot of fanfics, a lot of writers. I'm kind of leaning toward the person who is doing the Odyssey. Let's see if they will let us raid in. We've got a small crowd, but they've got a small crowd, so it might work out. And that would just be fun. Oh, they're offline, it says. Well, fantastic. How does that work? Why does it even show up as a raid target if it says you're offline? What the deuce? What the deuce? Well, shit. Alright. Let me scroll back through this list again. We'll see. I would like to find someone. I swear. I'm trying to partake in this whole Twitch dynamic. Doing what we can. I wish they would split up reading and writing. I appreciate that reading and writing was not a category that they used for a long time, but I wish they would split them up. Yeah, we were just at EM yesterday. We don't need to go back to him. Somebody's reading Dungeon Crawler Carl. That's fun, but I've not read any of that, and I don't want to spoil myself because I'm told it's very good. Yeah, I get where they're coming from. They're similar enough. It makes sense to keep them combined, but it would be so nice. And yeah, it's a very niche category to begin with. But meh. I mean, we had that chatter the other day that it's like, I didn't know a stream like this existed. Well, yes, thanks for that, but so much writing, just writing. Doing some Sorry, I'm getting distracted as I'm scrolling through this list and just despairing over potential targets. Alright, let's get a refresh and just see. I'll get one last look, and if there's nobody that catches my attention, then we will just call it without. Alright. Screw it. We're going to a fanfic. If we raid and run, so be it. That's fine. But who knows? It might be fun. All right, we are raiding over to Dan Simmons. Let's give them our best. They say they're reading fanfic, or the fic that wasn't. They might not be reading, but I don't know. It's confusing. Twitch is a confusing place. I'm too old for this shit. Anyway, give them our best. If you have to drop, that's the game. If you enjoy what we see, then great. Anyway, for those of you on YouTube, know that, except for our Saturday readings, we always have our VODs available. A like and a subscription on the channel are always welcome, and let the algorithm know that we're up to some fun things around here. For those of you on Twitch, a follow is always welcome, and all I could possibly ask for. We are just getting started and are growing our community and doing what we can. Our next reading will be going back to A Farewell to Arms from Hemingway tomorrow night, assuming I'm not dead on my feet. We'll see. I'll do what I can. All right. Until then, until next time, thank you very much and have a wonderful night. And remember, give Gansian, who we're rating into, our very best. Good night.